So this is Assemblyman Mr. Bryan. He's mad I brought up the reparations vote. So he's preventing me from speaking. And he's trying to block my access here. Why are you so upset?
You vote for 3 strikes. You put black folks in prisons, but
here
now
for
you
3
want to be a reparations person. But you won't vote
have
for the bill.
I
supported the bill all session.
Then bring the bill.
Will you vote for the bill, Mr.
Bring the bill.
Will you vote for the bill?
Bring it up.
Will you vote for reparations?
Bring it up.
I would love it.
Bring it up.
Let's vote for reparations
Bring
together.
It up. Bring it up.
You in, Bill?
Bring it up.
I didn't think so.
Bring it up. I'll vote for it. Bring it up. I'll vote for it.
In you because you only care about other things, and y'all heard the sister.
Assemblymember McKenna.
Californians to trust you to get reparations through. I mean, all of these.
This question. Check it out.
How do you expect Californians to trust you to get reparations through? I mean, all of these things are reintroductions.
So are we talking about a 4 a.m. drinking at the Intuit Dome, or?
I mean, both. I mean,
Assemblymember McKenna is not here today.
I know she's not, but
you're welcome to talk to her. You're welcome to talk to her. At any time about that.
Yeah, but
appreciate your coverage last year on that and many other issues.
Right, but reparations folks saw that pass and saw the governor sign it right after the reparations.
Are there any questions about this package before we go to session?
I'm sorry, excuse me. We are entertaining questions about our reparations package this year. The bill that you're referring to was not a part of the California Legislative Black Caucus reparations package last year. That was an individual member's bill. We all have our own individual members' bills. We all have to not only represent Black Californians, but we also have to represent the communities in which we come from.
So as you saw and heard her ask there, okay, how is it that y'all cool with passing a bill that allows a billionaire by the name of Steve Ballmer, who owns the Intuit Dome and the Los Angeles Clippers, y'all passed the bill so that he and his homies could drink to 4 a.m. But when it came down to reparations, y'all didn't even bother with that because y'all blocked the bill altogether. Now that was, Assemblyman Isaac Bryan getting all greasy in the mouth with it. Does this bill have anything to do with each other? And you asked me a question, just getting smart. And I know why he was getting smart, because he couldn't answer the question, because he was cold busted. And the realization has come for all of them that no, people aren't going to let it go, especially not Black Californians and other people. That woman there, she's Hispanic, and she's asking, hey, y'all all right with the silliness, but your own people, you blocked the bill. And she said that in a tweet. They blocked the bill for their own people. Now, of course, they're saying, well, it wasn't all of us. It was just one member. But y'all signed on to it along with Gavin Newsom, who said it's just a pilot program. We're just going to see what happens. It's a pilot program to 2030 to let a billionaire and his homies drink to 4 a.m. In fact, they said that is the only place in the whole state of California that can drink or buy alcohol to 4 a.m. I think normally last call for alcohol is 2 o'clock, but him, he gets special privileges. Now, I don't know for sure, but I think we could put 2 and 2 together, that maybe a little money was, the little white envelope was passed to people to say, oh, yeah, sure, we don't have a problem with that. But if it's a pilot program, are you going to allow everybody to do it? What if, Ray Ray and Pookie and them having a something at their little juke joint? Can they sell alcohol to 4 a.m?
Don't you
trust them new niggas over there? Don't you trust them new niggas with the finger on the trigger? Don't trust them new niggas over there. Don't you trust them new niggas over
They want reparations.
Trust them new niggas over
We want humiliation.
Trust them new niggas with the finger on the trigger. Trust them new niggas over
They want liberation.
Trust them new niggas over
We want the plantation.
Trust them new niggas over
They want their own schools.
Trust them new niggas with the finger on the trigger. Trust them new niggas over
The cops shoot you every day,
Trust them new niggas over
and then we let them get away.
Trust them new niggas over
We prefer to play the fool.
Trust them new niggas with the finger on the trigger. Trust them new niggas over
We go to church to scream and shout.
Trust them new niggas over
The next day we sell you out.
Trust them new niggas with the finger on the trigger. Trust them new niggas over there.
You are white. You shut the fuck up. You are white. You white.
We anticipate in the next 10 to 12 years, approximately 8 to 6 million Hispanics coming into the United States and 41 million Asians. You have been the majority minority for 400 years in this country. You have been the #2 population for 400 years. You're gonna get kicked out of being #2, you're gonna go down and become #4. Now, common sense, even a 3rd grade education would tell you, if you didn't get anything when you were #2, you all jumped ahead of me, but anyway, you can guess what you're gonna get when you become #4.
President Biden, do you support reparations?
Well, I mean, since I haven't spoken on this, got a chance. Number one, the reason we're the country we are is because of immigration. We've been able to cherry pick the best from every single continent. The people who come here have determination, resilience. They are ready to stand up and work like the devil. We have 24 out of every 100 children in our school today is Hispanic. The idea that we are going to walk away and not provide every opportunity for them is not only stupid and immoral, but it's bad for America. They are the future of America.
At the same time that America refused to give the Negro any land, through an act of Congress, our government was giving away millions of acres of land in the West and the Midwest. Which meant that it was willing to undergird its white peasants from Europe with an economic floor. But not only did they give the land, they built land-grant colleges with government money to teach them how to farm. And this is what we are faced with. And this is the reality. Now, when we come to Washington, in this campaign, we are coming to get our check.
We are owed $104 trillion on the very low end, plus $735 billion recurring. This number does not include the cost of about 50 Black Wall Streets that were decimated, nor compound interest from 2017 when Sean D. Rochester's book, The Black Tax, was published, nor the cost of Black life, nor the cost of living increases, nor the war on drugs, nor the current day pandemic. The number I'm working with is for slavery, Jim Crow, and accrued ongoing systemic racism, oppression, and disadvantage in the country our ancestors built with their lives.
Good evening on the West Coast. Good evening in the mountain. Good evening in the central. Good evening on the east know exactly who it is, family. Angela Nirvana, your hostess with the mostest on the reparationist perspective, bringing you those Negro Descendant hot topics and making the case for reparations, making the case for weaponizing our vote, socializing our suffering. How are y'all doing today, family? Welcome to the live. I see you, Carolyn Quinn, in the building early. Hi, George Whitchard III from Huntsville, Alabama. Thank you so much for tuning in. This was an added broadcast. I will be coming to you live and in the flesh on tomorrow's broadcast, but I had to bring you guys this important share. It just was supposed to go down tomorrow, but then I saw Comrade P. Ray Easley from Chicago Red talking about something that feels very familiar to me, to us who are the co-founders of the former ADOS movement, where she needs to come on tomorrow to share so we can delineate between her organization and Chicago Flips Red. I thought they were affiliated. So I was blown away to learn that Chicago Flips Red is actually an op with white money backing, and the folks that spearheaded copied off of her brand to go out here and be Chicago Flips Red, and they don't even reside in Chicago. That was hot piping tea. Get your hot tea. Get your popcorn, because we're going in on two fronts tomorrow, which is why I had to speak on the reparations. I was intending to speak on Cali Repair tomorrow, but when I saw her speaking on this, it blew my hair completely back. I had to clutch my invisible pearls because I always thought they were affiliated. So to learn that she is going through the very thing we've just been through and still going through. I don't know if you guys have heard how ADOS AF, which was a spinoff since we all left, the former ADOS movement that we founded, is actually running interference with the Cali reparations. Did y'all know that the intro, I hope you was here for it, where I showed Isaac Bryan giving Bill Essayli his ass to kiss up on the hill in Sacramento, where we were converged to get the bills that the California Legislative Black Caucus approved. We were there trying to get the bill for the CLBC to motion the bill to the floor. When Bill Essayli, the Republican who now spearheads the AB1315, when he came out there to find out where are all these Negroes coming from and why, and they told him why, he went in there and tried to get the motion on the floor. That's when Isaac Bryan, as you saw from the top of the video, started gaslighting him, talking about the three strikes. This is what these demon rats do. They intentionally neglect the subject matter at hand. You got hundreds of Negroes from all over the state converging on the Capitol to get the bills that the CLBC greenlit, that came out of the CLBC. That was Senator Bradford bill. He was on the task force hearings. We had already been in studies for 2 years. Well, Isaac ran interference so Bill could not bring the motion to the floor for us Negroes here in the state. That's what you saw at the top of the broadcast. Let me play it again. I hope it's still up. Please be sure to like, share, subscribe, turn on. Hi, St. Thomas 2009. Thank you for joining the live. Okay, guys. Oh, Lord, what did I just do? Let me stop sharing. I don't know what I just did, y'all. I don't know what I'm doing. Oh, where the comments go? Here they are. Oh, Lord. Okay, so let me try to show y'all again what took place when we went there, expecting the CLBC to bring our bills to the floor. And Isaac Bryan gave Bill Essayli the gentleman we're going to get into about tonight, I don't even know what this man is, y'all. I got some intel on this Isaac Bryan character who claims to be a black foster kid whose mother gave him up, but he was raised by, wait for it, drum roll. Hold on, guys. Let me try to find that video again and share it with you. Close that out. That ain't it. I want to show you what he did again to Bill Essayli, the Republican who now spearheads AB 1314 so that we can get us an Office of American Freedmen Affairs established in California, akin to what these demon rats have done in every demon radically run city and state to economically genocide us at the behest of Barack Obama, who is the author of the Office of the New Americas, our replacements. Child, the ghetto. So Bill is, the Republican, is actually signed on to the bill to get that Office of American Freedmen Affairs established so that we can run business and genealogy through there. And the ADOSAF and Isaac Bryan and the CLBC and Narcan and Cobra are running interference. Oh my God. Let me see if I can find this video for y'all again so I can show it here, because I don't know how many of y'all saw it at the top of the broadcast. Stand by. Let me see if I can find it easy and without strain. I hope I didn't close it out. I was so busy trying to get fancy with it. All right, y'all. Let's see if this is it. Well, that's it, but that's not where I meant to go. But let's try. Look at how he's deflecting. You see this nonsense? The man said they got a whole bunch of Negroes out here for the state. They out here, they want their motion on this floor. I'm trying to get it done for the people. And you are blocking your own reparations bills. What difference does it make if you supported the bill all session and won't even bring a motion to the floor? And I told you guys why he would not. They got in bed with New Scum. Okay? They got in bed with New Scum. And it was during Scamala's run. And they didn't want this motion to pass because New Scum would have had to veto it. He keeps saying, bring it up. But you sitting up here gaslighting and deflecting like you don't hear him say it. So you talking all over him. Bill keeps saying, bring it up. Bring it up, I'll vote for it. So, hold on, guys. Lord, where'd I go? This is still going over here. But yeah, y'all, this is what we got to put up with out here. This is the kind of nonsense and interference these people are running. Now, you guys continue to chat about it. This is a long session. I hope you listen. I got some things to share. I've got some calls to action. Then I'm going to introduce you to an X Space hosted by Chris, the organizer for CJAC. Okay? The CJAC and NASD that's pretty much been pushing this thing forward from the very humble beginnings, where ADOSAF, Yvette, Tone were no part of those efforts. And now they seek to sabotage and get in bed with Isaac Bryan. And all they're doing is recreating bills so that they can study this into perpetuity the way HR 40 is intended to do. They want millions of dollars to study us into perpetuity, talking about they need genealogy when that was already a part of the package from the 1,200-page manuscript with recommendations from the Cali task force. And I need to have this broadcast because I need for all of you who are fighting for state reparations all over the country to understand that oftentimes it be our people. Let's get into it. I got too much to share, and we got a long space to listen to at the end of the broadcast. I'm going to bring that in, and then I'm going to pop in and out intermittently as I listen and get other work done. But let me show you a few things. Let me show you a few things. So I want you to understand who Isaac Bryan is. Let's go there first. Can y'all see that? Okay, it's good enough. Isaac Bryan. Now, I want you to see how when I did a search to find out his ethnic background, because he looks like he can pass as a Negro, but not really. And wait till you see who raised him. Okay? Isaac Bryan, born January 16, 1992, is an American politician serving as a member of the California State Assembly, where he represents the 55th District, which includes much of South Central LA. Now, let me run some facts down to you about that. Hold on, give me a second. I want you to understand and understand and overstand what his district is actually comprised of. Hold on, family. Let me get to it. Yeah, you got to see this. This is what happens when you vote the couch. You allow these people that cosplay us, because I don't believe this man is us, to get into positions of power to tell you no. So I'm going to stop sharing that. Hold on one second because I want to share this. Hold on. I'm going to remove that for a second. I'm going to try. Well, it stopped the screen. Okay, we'll go back to it. Hold on. Please be sure to like, share, subscribe, turn on your notifications. Welcome to the live, beloveds. Y'all know I'm being shadow banned. Thank you to the producers of last week's broadcast. That would be Carolyn. Thank you, Carolyn. That would be Amahl. Thank you, Amahl. And that would be Rashaun and his family. Thank you, thank you, thank you. You know, you guys were the producers, and it was an awesome broadcast. If you missed it, please go back to the archives and check it out. If you feel so compelled to be a producer of tonight's broadcast, please cash at me at $, oh Lord, $ cash app, $TRP TV is scrolling in the bar below and in the description box. Thank you in advance for sharing. That's the best you guys can do. Everybody press a like, and that'll get the algorithms up so more people can see what's going on with California reparations and why Bill Essayli, who you just saw trying to bring the bill to the floor, which Isaac Bryan ignored, okay, is now, what's the word I'm looking for when he's the running back. He's the running back. Looking to score a touchdown for the American Freedmen Office of Office of American Freedmen Affairs. I think I said it right. But yeah, let me show you who Isaac Bryan represents. Okay, then you will understand the importance of getting up off that couch, running for office from the soil, like a Marcel Dixon, and also voting in opposition to these folks who love to cosplay us. Hi, Root Trackers by Yaira. I see you, fam. They love to cosplay us, to get position over us, to tell us no to the very things we need for survival. I've told y'all a million times that we have been reduced. We have been legislated out by the likes of the Isaac Bryans down from 17 to 3%. And if we don't get the reparations, The few of us that's hanging on, the 2 million in the entire state that's hanging on, will be no more. Because the rest of us had to leave. We were legislated out by the very likes of Isaac Bryan. Let me show you who he represents. Hold on, family. Oh, I keep doing that. I'm so sorry, y'all. Lord, one of these days, I'm going to have a whole production team. I'm not even going to have to worry about pulling up my own slides in the name of Black Jesus, okay? Jesus. Can y'all see that? I hope so. Let me go come back and make sure you can see it. Okay. Y'all can see it because I can see that y'all can see. Okay, so let's go up. Another Black California elected official who does not represent a majority Black district because they don't exist. Absolutely correct. God is good. God is great. Isaac G. Bryan, Assemblymember District AB1315. Look at this, y'all. Non-Black, 351,270. And the Black population is 95,563. Who do you think this man that is, let's get back to the text. Who do you think this man is? This is no different than Maxine Waters. This is no different. Hold on, y'all. This is no different than Maxine Waters. This is no different than Karen Bass. Okay? This is a problem, family, when we don't get out here and vote. This is what your city and your state will become. A bunch of folks that cosplay you to your economic genocide. Let's keep going because I got a lot to share. Hold on, y'all. Let me stop sharing that. And let me bring up the picture of Isaac Bryan's foster mama. Let me show you. Hold on, y'all. This is a hot ass mess. He says his role model is his mama. Do y'all see that? This is his role model. This is him. These are his alleged foster siblings. Apparently, according to this audio, where they're talking about the incredible story of a foster kid who is now California's majority leader. When have you ever known a Negro to come from the foster kid system to ever become something as big as a California majority leader? While y'all look at that, I'm going to finish reading about him. Bryan was previously the executive director of the University of California, Los Angeles Black Policy Project, head of the Public Policy Division for the $1 Million Hoods Project, and served as the director of public policy for the UCLA Ralph Bunche Center. Now, let me take a breath on that, because this is the very center that Cheryl Grills, Pan-Africanist, that was on the task force. No, she was head of NARC. Cheryl Grills sat on the task force out here. She was one of the 4 that voted against lineage-based reparations, along with Lisa Holder, who's Pan-Africanist too, along with Reginald Jones Sawyer. He was the one that was laughing at the Negroes out there begging for the motion who were hotter than fish grease when 2 whole days passed and they wouldn't bring the reparations bills to the floor. He laughed and mocked the Negro when he allegedly is one of us. So it was his checkmate. So this Ralph Bunche Center received $2 million and never got the word out about reparations for California task force hearings. They never put that money to use. I was the one, me and ETM Media Group were airing every last task force hearing. I was giving testimony at practically every last task force hearing, while they, Ralph Bunch, got $2 million, which Cheryl Grills was a party to. We never got an accounting of that money. That money was never filtered out to the likes of the organizations like a CJEC or NASTY or ETM Media or the Reparationist Perspective. We never saw a dime of that communications money. Although if we did not do the work we did, no one would be the wiser. This is where Isaac Bryan is from. Let me continue. Early life and education. Bryan was born in Dallas, Texas, to a teenage mother in poverty who gave him up at birth. No mention of her ethnic background. No mention of the father's ethnicity. Bryan was adopted as an infant and has lived in California since he was in the 6th grade. His family served as a foster family for hundreds of children over 2 decades and adopted him and 8 others from the child welfare system. Bryan attended 7 public schools and 2 California community colleges before earning a Bachelor of Arts in Political Science and Sociology from the University of Arizona. Now, in that video, he shared how he was a F- student. How do you go from being a Negro in the foster care, adopted by a white mama, and you end up with a Bachelor of Arts degree in Political Science and Sociology from the University of Arizona? What Negro do you know that has achieved those kind of heights from poverty that way? Put it in the chat. See, my point here, family, is to stress to you that these people are handpicked and groomed to cosplay us, to undermine us, and to economically genocide us as us. Back to the text. He worked as a research fellow from the Rombach Institute on Crime, Delinquency, and Corrections. During his time with the Rombach Institute, Bryan worked on juvenile justice and criminal justice reform. He also worked with a team of federal monitors to enforce a United States Department of Justice consent decree with the Maricopa County Sheriff's Office. Bryan went on to earn a Master's of Public Policy from UCLA Luskin School of Public Affairs. In 2017, Bryan was named the David Bonnet Foundation Fellow, where Bryan previously served in Los Angeles Mayor Eric Garcetti's Office of Reentry, where he co-authored the city's first report on the holistic needs of Angelenos with justice system involvement. In 2021, Bryan announced that he would be a candidate for the California Assembly to succeed fellow Democrat Sidney Kamlager, who was elected to the California Senate. Bryan had served as a senior advisor to Assemblymember Kamlager. Bryan's campaign for the Assembly was endorsed by Sidney Kamlager, Holly Mitchell, Karen Bass, Mike Bonine, Michael Tubbs, Patrice Cullors. Hello, the ones who co-opted Black Lives Matter, amassed 20 million plus when George Floyd was executed by the Glacier Donkey Chauvin, Sophia Bush and Susan Barton, among others. Bryan won the special election to represent the 54th district and was sworn into office. On July 3rd, Bryan was named Majority Leader of the Assembly, replacing Eloise Reyes. Bryan is a member of the California Legislative Progressive Caucus. Yeah. So I just wanted to read that to you as you observe who this man is, what he comes from, and how he cannot be for the Negro. He cannot be for the Negro. To silence, that's right, reps. $2 million to silence the California grassroots about the reparations. Correct, reps. They did nothing. If it wasn't for me and ETM Media, I don't know how folks would have found out about it. Because we needed them to call in from all over the country because they were collecting that $2 million and not spending it for the communications to get the word out nationally. Not even statewide. Most of the people in the state didn't know we were even over there doing what we were doing. If you want to see the archives, just go through the Reparationist Perspective archives. You can see all the task force hearings. I was literally screening those hearings, giving testimony while on the job from home, in court, because it was during COVID. And we had been relegated out of the courts to come home. So that's how intense that was. Okay, it was intense. I'll get to your comments momentarily. Thank you, reps. It's because of you and ETM Media we know about the task force. Absolutely. Because they were not doing their job that they were paid to do, and that was by design. Reps said it correct. She is absolutely right. $2 million to block that it was going on. I need y'all who are fighting for statewide reparations to understand this grip is big. So this is going to be in two parts. Today I'm doing one space. It's long, y'all. Y'all go to sleep and come back, I understand, or just pick it up at a later time. I'm going to get my say out the way so I don't have to, come back and forth and toggle back and forth between what Chris and Camila are talking about. I want y'all to hear that it's uninterrupted as you can. As a matter of fact, I've only heard 1 hour of it. I'm going to hear the rest with y'all tonight. But these people are moving sleazy and greasy to recommend bills to keep us in a perpetual state of study while getting nothing accomplished, while we're being economically genocided out here in California. Yes, my love. Thank you so much, dear sis, for keeping us updated. You know it, family. I'm still in this fight. I had to step away because we'll have to get to being in those hearings and seeing the grift and seeing how we were being used to keep Governor Newsom in power during that recall. They used us and tried to throw away the shoes. And then walks in Republican Bill Essayli. Not that he's a knight in shining armor, but if we can get the Office of Freedmen Affairs out here, okay, now we've got a place to do business. $12 million. And Narcan and Cobra and all these other Pan-Africanist orgs want half of that. We're going to talk about it. Let's go to the next. Hi, Yaira. You said, Angela, you knew something wasn't right with that task force member. What's his name? Honey, that was, you talking about, Brown. Doodoo Brown. What's his name? Amos Brown? When I called his ass out? Yes, we remember when I got on that mic and told him the TR roof. If y'all didn't hear it, let me try to find it real quick, y'all. Because y'all got to hear me go in on his scribble, okay? I'm trying my best not to curse, but this stuff makes me cursing mad, y'all. It makes me cursing mad. Let me see if I can find that short real quick. If I can't, we gonna move on, child, because I don't want to belabor. I meant to cue that up, but I had so many other things to show you. Here we go. Okay, hold on, y'all. We're going to play this because I need, to Yaira's point, since Yaira's putting the battery in my back, Amos Brown and the $5 million dupe. Oh, yes, we going to get into it. Hold on, family. Let me share. Let me stop this and then I'm going to share this. Hold on, y'all. Y'all not going to believe this bullshiggity, right? Cheer. I call his black ace out. Hold on, y'all. I got to show y'all this because some of y'all might not have seen it. But if you did, it ain't that long. They only gave me 2 minutes and they would shut my mic out. Hold on, they would shut you down. They didn't want to hear from me. They thought they was getting away. Then I got through. Hold on, y'all.
Thank you. Line 86, your line is open.
Hello, can I be heard?
Yes, you can. Good morning.
Thank you. This is Angela Nirvana. I'm sure you guys have been missing my testimony. The shenanigans of these hearings have just been seen too much for me. From fighting NARC and COBRA and 4 task members for lineage-based reparations, to whites and immigrants being able to have a say at our reparations table when we've never been able to have a say at theirs, to being called racist for speaking up and out about how oppressive and albatross immigration is on Black Americans whose ancestors built this country with their lives. Contrary to Joe Biden attempting to change history by giving Hispanics all the credit. To the latest betrayer, Democrat-loving Amos Brown, who as president of the San Francisco NAACP wrote a hit piece of a letter opposing cash reparations for the handful of Black American San Franciscans who are too poor to even relocate, reducing their reparations to remedial education programs, public housing, and more just over broke jobs. And I've got zero confidence in our anti-Black representatives voting for us to get the cash repair. We are long overdue after being legislated out of the state from 17 to 3%. I believe y'all are playing in our faces and grifted off reparations to keep us sheep walking to the polls to vote for Democrats to our own erasure and replacement with immigrants. But I'm holding on to my seat. What my fellow comrades wants to know about the residency requirements to receive whatever comes of the reparations you all decide on. Thank you for your time. Justice for Jordan Neely.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Amy, next caller, please.
That's the work, fam, right there. That is the work. Shout out to ETM Media for putting that snippet together. Yeah. Let me stop sharing that so we can get on with okay. So yeah, I just wanted to stress to you. Let me see. There's some other things I wanted to share with you. But it's already 7:15. I really want to get into the meat and potatoes. Let me see what else is here that I must share with you. Maybe I can pass. Let me read this to you. Let me show you this because this is important. This is from Brittany, who is in the space that you guys are going to be hearing tomorrow. I want to stress to you why this is so critical, family. You need to look at what's happening to us out here, and we ain't giving in, up, or out. I've got some initiatives I want to run past you, but let me share this from Brittany because this is important to read what she shared over on the X-Files, okay? This is why this is critical and why we must weaponize our vote. Another very serious concern for me is that the CLBC is pushing its own policies on reparations, ignoring the state-mandated AB1315 task force research that was created to handle this issue. This raises major conflict of interest concerns. The jumped too far. The AB1315 Reparations Task Force was legally created to research and recommend reparations policies. It spent years gathering expert data and public input. Now the CLBC is introducing bills like SB 437 and SB 518. That means Senate bill, for those of you who are not familiar with those acronyms, which push their own research, policies, and agencies, bypassing the task force entirely. Why is this a major problem? Because it undermines AB 3121 and disregards years of work. This is me speaking. One of the biggest opponents and proponents of the task force was our fight for lineage-based reparations. 4 of 9 task members voted for race-based reparations when they know good and well the Coon, Ward, Connerly, and the Asians dismantled affirmative action in California before they came forward federally. Well, not Ward, but the Asians and Ed Bloom. Okay? So, they willingly knew this information and decided to vote for race-based reparations because they're of the mind that if we don't get a cut of y'all's reparations, y'all not getting none. Y'all not getting a copper penny. And so we prevailed. And so when you're dealing with the deceit, the deception of an Isaac Bryan and the California Legislative Black Caucus, you're dealing with folks who want to be paid akin to the Ralph Bunche Center over at UCLA. They want to be paid into perpetuity to study into perpetuity, where we've already done a 2-year task force study. We've already got our recommendations. We're already going to study genealogy under the California Office of American Freedmen Affairs. We've got all that already inked out. So they want to reinvent the wheel to run interference because I just showed you who they represent out here. And they call themselves a California Black Legislative Caucus, but there ain't nothing black about us that they're representing in their districts. So they're not fighting for us. They're fighting for the wealthy, the whites, and the immigrants. And they call themselves a California Legislative Black Caucus. Let's continue so we can get on to the tape. Their process seriously lacks transparency, and their behaviors are creating conflicts of interest. Legislators are steering policy and funding outside the task force framework, and that's not their job or what they are appointed to do. They are supposed to draft, support, or oppose bills, not take on a research role or have any major input on such things. Adding to this, Mia Bonta, a key legislator and author involved, is married to California Attorney General Rob Bonta. While serving on the California Legislative Black Caucus, y'all, if any of these bills pass, how would his office oversee or defend these policies? That's a direct conflict of interest. SB 437 and SB 518 are vague, omitting key details on spending, oversight, and lineage verification. This opens the door for mismanagement and shady, opportunistic political maneuvering. Here's my thing. If the CLBC truly supported reparations, why ignore the task force findings? Why push separate, unclear policies that shift power away from the process? Black California freedmen were promised. Since the bills haven't been passed, there's a potential additional option for supporters, residents to contact California oversight agencies. This must be reviewed and investigated immediately before those bills go any further. Backdoor policymaking and grifting will no longer be tolerated. Here's how you contact watchdog agencies to raise ethical concerns and bring attention to the abuse of power happening in legislation. Let me see if I can copy this, y'all. Well, let me see. Hold on. Let me. She's taking us to a Google Drive. Okay. California oversight agencies. Let me see if I can share, copy the link. Woo child, I'm going to put it over here. Okay. All right, y'all. I put that over there. So y'all, I hope y'all can get it. If not, I will update the description bar because this is the work, family. This is the work, y'all. Okay, so let me stop sharing that. Okay, let me just hold on, y'all. Let me see if there's anything else I must share with you before we get to the video. Oh, that was Demetra K on African Diaspora News Channel, Carolyn. Correct. She's got her own station. You can also show your love to African Diaspora News Channel. This is the black media kicking ass and taking names. Demetra has been real intentional about sharing who Isaac Bryan is and how him and the CLBC is running interference out here. And if you recall, that other video I shared at the top of the broadcast, that woman who took the mic from Isaac Bryan was sitting up here talking about Senator Bradford's bill, that he was trying to get the motion to the floor because they all agreed to it until Newsome got involved and ran interference. So that those SB bills I just talked about under Brittany's post in the X-Files, she's referring to those bills that are being created out of the CLBC because they don't like the bills that came out of the task force. They want to water it down and make sure we get nothing and that they get repair. They want the reparations so that they can block and undermine our capacity to get reparations. That's what they're doing. Okay. I wanted to talk about a couple of initiatives before I start this live thing that I got to show y'all. So let me go here. Hold on one second. Okay. This is coming out of CJAC. Before folks try to claim that they've been doing this work, they're liars. They're not the ones that are doing it. Stand by. Let me share my screen. I posted it at the top of the chat. So lift that if you can. I might have to go through and update the description bar after the broadcast. I'll see if I can do that. Let me share my screen. Hold on, family. Please be sure to like, share, subscribe, turn on your notifications. Thank you in advance. Oh, Lord, where'd it go? Just a second, y'all. Oh, that's not it. Hold on, y'all. I'm trying to find it. Just a second. Thank you for your patience. Guess I got to open it back up. I thought it was there. Okay, let me try now. Stand by. So, this is the first of calls to action. And we got a town hall coming up next week that we need you guys to come out in droves to support. Hold on. It was there all along, y'all. Okay, so this is Action Network that I need you guys to go and visit. Cut the checks. Contact the California Assembly Human Services Budget Committee. Tell them to put guaranteed income, unrestricted direct cash payments for American freedmen seniors first in the 25 budget bill. So what CJAC and NASD and all the reparations organizations out here are doing is trying to save our seniors, and they're trying to tag themselves into the budget on things that they see that they're trying to give to whites and immigrants while ignoring blacks. So this is a call to action for direct cash payments to make our seniors a priority. So y'all can scan that if you can see it to take action. What's going on? On Wednesday, February 26, 2025, the State Assembly Human Services Budget Committee will meet to discuss California's guaranteed income, unrestricted direct cash payments programs. So our call to action is to contact the committee, tell them to put guaranteed income, unrestricted direct cash payments for American freedmen seniors first in the 2025 budget bill. You got seniors out here that are becoming homeless, y'all, because they're playing around with the reparations, not allowing the cash reparations, which was recommended. They're playing around with it. And so we need to get our seniors tacked in. We need to tag them in to this UBI so that they will be paid first. In 23, California's Reparations Task Force recommended that the state return the wages and wealth it stole from residents who descend from persons emancipated in the U.S., American freedmen, by creating a guaranteed income, unrestricted direct cash payments program starting with our seniors first. In 24, as part of the state budget, California approved a guaranteed income program for all seniors age 60 and over who met certain income eligibility criteria. Let me put a stop on that. What they're doing, ADOS-AF, NARC, and COBRA, the California Legislative Black Caucus, they're stealing all of the ideas that came out of the task force and co-opting them as their own. So when you see things like this happen, that's all they're doing it. They're taking it and making it about all lives mattering above what we've been fighting for. Did you hear that? In 23, the California Reparations Task Force recommended the state return the wages through a UBI, unrestricted direct cash payments that came from us, starting with our seniors. The California approved a guaranteed income program for all seniors age 60 and over who meet certain income eligibility criteria. On February 26, 2025, the State Assembly Human Services Budget Committee will meet to discuss this program. Here's what we want the committee to do. Now, I know it's passed, but we can still make noise, okay? We want the committee to do, put the language in the 25 budget bill that updates the senior guaranteed income program approved last year so that American freedmen seniors get additional, that means more, guaranteed income as a part of the existing program due to the fact that they are descendants of persons emancipated in the United States, people whose ancestors were subjected to generations of wage and wealth theft. Or put language in the 25 budget bill that creates an entirely new guaranteed income program for American freedmen seniors exclusively. Take action now. Contact the committee. Tell them to put a guaranteed income program for American freedmen seniors in the 25 budget bill. This is from CJEC, sponsored by Coalition for a Just and Equitable California. Okay? So we've got 4,500 12 letters sent so far, only 1,888 more until our goal of 6,400. Okay, so you put your first name, your last name, your email, your zip code. It don't matter. We need all hands on deck. Call to action. And what happens is when you click start writing, everything populates and you just press send and it goes to everyone. Okay, that's number one. Let me stop sharing that and share the next. Okay. Please be sure to like, share, subscribe, turn on your notifications. Thank you in advance. Oh, Lord. Well, where is it? Oh, I want to share this one with y'all. Okay, let me share this. Okay, so Freedman Woman writes, us to be whites, it used to be whites blocking our access to votes. Today, it's the California Black legislators. Here they are. Lori D. Wilson. Stephen Bradford is not X'd out. He's the one that was trying to help. Here's the picture enlarged. Let me see if y'all can see that. Okay. Y'all can see that. So she showed you. Hold on one second. This is what it used to be. And like I often teach y'all, wanton white supremacy is now Crayola. Everyone is X'd out but Dr. Weber and Stephen Bradford. This is Lori D. Wilson, Isaac Bryan, Akilah, Dr. Akilah Weber. This is Dr. Shirley Weber's daughter running interference. Mia Bonta, Christopher Holden, Dr. Corey Jackson, Kevin McCarthy. Look at that white guy. Tina McKinnon, Mike Gibson, Lola Smallwood Cuevas, Reggie Byron Jones Sawyer, who sat on the task force. He was the one that was laughing. And I can't see the bottom of who these last two are, but these are the spooks that's sitting by the door, y'all, running interference. Hold on, guys and dolls. I did that one. I'm trying to find the town hall one. Hold on, y'all. There's a town hall flyer. Dang it. Okay, guys, I'm going to bring up the town hall flyer and pause the video so I can share that with you later. In the namesake of time, I got to keep moving. We're at 7:32. I had so much more to share, but let me just share the audio because it's long and I don't want to belabor. Continue in the chat, and I will go back and forth with you all as I need to make commentary, okay? Stand by. It's getting late. Please be sure to like, share, subscribe, turn on your notifications. Welcome to the live.
To you. Let's bring you back up here. Twitter is Twittering. That's all good. Camilla, can you hear us? No.
Can you hear me a little better now?
Yeah, we can hear you right now. I can't see you no more, but I can hear you. Yeah, I mean, I was gonna go to announcements, but since you came back on, just quickly, if you can, since we are checking in, just talk to me a little bit about how you working to help Black families get their land back in the Altadena area before we get to the reparations work.
Oh, yeah. I represent as an attorney families who have been impacted by the Altadena and Palisades fires. Whether they lost their homes completely or partially, or even if they haven't lost their homes, but there's been some type of smoke and ash damage. Essentially, my law firm, we're representing, all families that have been impacted by the fires. And particularly, we are suing Southern California Edison for their role in essentially spreading the fire. There's an argument to be made that they were grossly negligent in a variety of ways. And so that's kind of the synopsis. And then the latest update is that now Los Angeles County, as of yesterday, they're suing Southern California Edison as well.
What?
And,
For real?
Yeah, and I think the city of Pasadena might be soon to follow. So, our firm was pretty early on in being one of the first firms to actually go after Southern California Edison.
Wow.
And so, now the county is following suit.
Wow. I was curious. I know you're doing a lot of work on that. And I also want, I talked a little bit to start about the work that I'm doing, for folks who are formerly incarcerated and currently incarcerated. And I know you do a lot of work too, in specifically the ways that you talked about. I wanted to ask you to talk about that on purpose and I want to share what I'm working on purpose too, because you are a very dynamic and interesting person in your own right, specifically and especially in the reparations work. But you are, and we are, and there's people in this Yeah, I'm about to say Zoom. You see how this been so long since I did a Twitter space? It's been like 9 months. I'm about to say Zoom. In this space, who are doing amazing work in their own right, whether you're working with, political parties. I see some of our third party family in here right now. Or whether or not you're working with in your own community, doing great work too. So I just wanted to lift that up. But let's get into just some of the quick announcements around reparations first. Tomorrow in Compton, there is a reparations march going on that we are supporting. Shout out to the family in Compton. Shout out to our Africatown family. Shout out to our Fight to Save Black LA family. Shout out to our Africatown Enterprise family. Tomorrow, that's Friday, March 7th, there is a reparations march going on in Compton. If you want to know more about the location or the time, you got to go to Instagram and you got to DM Africatown Coalition on Instagram for the specific details and the specific info about what time the march start and where they starting at. But tomorrow there's a reparations march going on. Shout out again to our Africatown family who are gonna be in Compton tomorrow. Appreciate y'all. Please keep up the great work on the ground. That's the first thing. Second thing, please do, family, if you are in Sacramento or if you are able to get to Sacramento, if you're in the Bay Area, or you can get into Sacramento next Wednesday, March 12th, at 1:30 p.m. Please join myself and the Sacramento Reparations Collective, also known as the American Redress Coalition of California, Sacramento, for the cash payments for American Freedmen Senior budget hearing. Again, that's next Wednesday, not Tuesday, Wednesday, March 12th, 1:30 p.m. Cash payments for American Freedmen Seniors budget hearings. Y'all may have seen us in the videos on Instagram, on CJEC's Instagram. By the way, follow us on Instagram at CJEC Official as well. And if you're not following us here on Twitter, please do follow us at CJEC Official on Twitter too. But if you watch our Instagram, you have seen that we have been at these budget hearings working to get cash payments for American Freedmen Seniors first in the budget. And I'm gonna talk more a little bit later about why we taking that approach to go for the cash payments in the budget. I mean, that's where the money at. But I'm gonna say more of that later. But if you are able to come to Sacramento or be in Sacramento next Wednesday, March 12th, 1:30 p.m., we're gonna be at the budget hearings and we're gonna be pressing the budget committee to put cash payments in the budget for our seniors this year. In the 2025 budget. That's next Wednesday, March 12th, 1:30 p.m. And then, of course, I want y'all to, for everybody who's in LA or can be in LA, not this Saturday coming up, but Saturday after this one, next Saturday, March 15th, in LA on Crenshaw Boulevard, 4276 Crenshaw, starting at 12:30 p.m. We are hosting a reparations town hall. So come out. Please do check out this reparations town hall next Saturday, March 15th. That's 12:30 p.m. to 4 p.m. We're going to have food. It's a town hall, so really it's about hearing from you and the people in our community. Yes, we have invited the entire, or I think I was going to say the entire Black Caucus, but it's the entire LA based members of the California Legislative Black Caucus. Will they show up? Who knows? But we have extended the invitation because we're going to be breaking down every single one of their bills and talking and getting public input and community feedback on every single one of those bills. So that's next Saturday, March 15th, 12:30 p.m. to 4 p.m. If you want to register for the event, which we highly recommend because it tells us how much food we got to buy, you can go to our Twitter page right now at CJEC Official and scroll down to the second post, not the first post, but the second post. And there's a flyer and there's a registration link. If you can't make it, share it with somebody. Pass the word around. Tell somebody who you know to come out. So that is next Saturday, March 15th, 12:30 p.m. to 4 p.m. All right. That's the announcements right now. Camilla, I got a couple of questions for you, and hopefully, and I think, I don't know, but I think you got a couple of questions for definitely 2 months since we started the legislative season for reparations. My question to you is really, what is the most surprising thing, the most unexpected thing that you think or that you feel has happened according to you in the California reparations movement in the past, let's say 2 months? So since the start of the year, what's the most surprising, most unexpected thing?
That's a good question. Well, I would say one of the more surprising things, but I guess it's not too surprising. But it's a lesson that I've learned not only over the course of the 2 months, but just kind of over the course of the past 2-3 years. It's something that I learned even on the task force. And it's really, unfortunately, when we talk about, liberation, Black liberation, liberation of our people, we can't discount, obviously, white supremacy. But, what I've learned is that sometimes, it could really be our own people. We say
Talk
that
about it.
as kind of as like an adage, like, oh, it'd be your own people sometimes. But no, this is like, the past 2 months. And just to be very clear, after the legislative session, there was a press release from the CLBC in writing that said they would bring back former Senator Bradford's agency bill as it was originally written, as in direct alignment with the task force. So, that was something that, they wrote in writing. And, to some people's surprise, the CLBC, when they announced their priority bill package, they broke their own promise and did not introduce Bradford, former Senator Bradford's, agency bill language, even though, again, they promised to do that in, the past legislative session, and throughout all the various different committees, they emphatically, enthusiastically supported it, and that's evident by the videos of the various different committee hearings. So in short, that's kind of the most surprising thing. But again, it's like I'm not naive, and so it's not surprising to that end. But I would love to hear from you what your thoughts are on that particular question.
Yeah. Damn. So that's a good question too, right? Because I agree with you. Even though I should not have been surprised, right? Because like we should not be surprised, because I kind of feel like we always said, like, oh, sometimes it be your own people, et cetera, et cetera. But like to see it up front and up close. So I think, the fact that specifically, and you talked about, late last year, but I want to bring it to, up to now too. I think it's right. The fact that most of the opposition that we had so far on the legislative and policy work has been from Black legislators, or legislators who self-identify as Black or African American. I think that's been, again, I don't think we should have been surprised by it, but I do want to say that it has been something that, I don't want to say it was unexpected, but it just felt different to like actually go up against it. Because we didn't have that experience as much in the, for example, when we was doing the bill to create the task force back in 2019 and 2020, Assembly Bill AB1315, the Black legislators was all behind it. And we was, at that point, we had the Black legislators all behind it. We had most, if not all, of the non-Black Democrats behind it. And we was working to get Republicans to support it. And we did get some Republicans to support it. Shout out to those Republicans who supported that bill. When we was doing our bill to do the disaggregation and delineation back in 2022 that the governor signed, we had a lot of support from the Black legislators and from, the non-Black legislators who were, Democrats, and we even had some Republicans supported also. So, that I think is correct what you're saying. It has been surprising, the type of, and listen, I'm gonna spill some tea tonight too, because I think people need to know, and here I'm gonna give folks an example right now. We're gonna, I know it's a little bit early, but we're gonna, let's talk real. So, I said this, to folks, and folks know this. There has been a lot of retaliation politically against us after we were very loud and vocal about how we did not like what specifically the California Legislative Black Caucus and the governor did, at the end of the year last year. People don't know, though, the kind of political retaliation that we've been, under. Some people know, but a lot of people don't know in the public. I'm gonna give you two pieces of it. One, and this is, and I'm sharing this. I think people need to hear this, not just because I want you to hear about what we working through and how we overcoming it no matter what, and how nothing can stop us, but because I know a lot of y'all in this, I'm about to say Zoom again, a lot of y'all in this space right now are also doing reparations and reparative justice work for descendants of those who were emancipated, for American freedmen, whether it be online, virtually, whether it be in person, whether it be policy, whether it be legislatively, whatever, whether it be in the courts, whatever it is. So first thing, after we was very loud and vocal, we had members of the Black Caucus in California, the state legislative Black Caucus, not all of them, but members of the California Legislative Black Caucus. They were reaching out to organizations and both explicitly and implicitly telling them not to work with us, and saying that we had committed acts of violence against task force members, against Black Caucus members. Now, let me tell you right now, first of all, how dangerous, and look, I know politics is dirty. I know politics is, listen, this is a contact sport. So I don't want no tears. I don't want no sympathy. This ain't for that. But I just want you to know what you gonna be up against. So we have members, again, not all of them, and definitely not the new people who came into the caucus, but we had some members of the Black Caucus reach out to organizations and tell them to not work with us, both straight up and subliminally too, and then accuse people in our coalition of committing acts of violence against Black Caucus members. Now, there has not been not one, zero, -1. There has not been one physical act of violence against any Black Caucus member at all. I want somebody, if I'm wrong, I mean, it's been about 5 months. Somebody could prove me wrong. But I have not heard about, I have not seen, nobody has brought to my energy or my attention any physical attacks against any Black Caucus members. But Black Caucus members have been saying that to organizations, and people, some people in the chat know, they've accused that to us to our face. To our face. So that's one thing, that when you be loud and vocal, sometimes part of retaliation is you get lies told about you. You get dangerous misinformation and disinformation told about you and your coalition and the people that you're working with. Second piece, there's going to be
This is me speaking. Isn't that what they did to Martin, to Malcolm, to the Black Panthers? Anyone who spoke up and out on behalf of the Negro, who was fighting for the Negro, they got COINTELPRO'd, and many of them were murdered. Back to the live stream.
To me, this is one of the most, worst parts. But again, we ain't looking for no sympathy. So, CJEC is a Coalition for Just and Equitable California is a coalition of organizations. So we don't have any individual members. So like, for example, I tell people all the time, even I'm not a member because there are no individual members. We are a collection, a group of organizations that we call partners. Every one of those partners is an independent organization. They work for reparations in their local areas. And when we combine, we call the Coalition for a Just and Equitable California. We all volunteers. We don't have no paid staff. We've been all volunteers since day one. We all contribute and put our own money into the work. By the way, donate. All right, I ain't gonna miss the opportunity. Donate to us. Go to our website. Hit that donate button. I put $20 into the coalition every single month myself. I got a recurring donation. We put our own money into the flyers, to the events that we do, the gas money to get to the events, all of that. Now, also, CJEC has a fiscal sponsor, so it's another organization that's been really dope for us. That's been acting off as our fiscal sponsor. So, for example, when you give us a donation, it goes to our fiscal sponsor, and then they pass it to us. They don't take no cut at all. They don't take no bread at all. That's very unusual for a fiscal sponsor, right? They don't take no bread at all. And our fiscal sponsor is the California Black Women's Health Project. They've been dope for us. So back to the top. Sometime after we was being very vocal, last year at the end of the year, there was particular members of the California Legislative Black Caucus that reached out through another person to our fiscal sponsor and threatened them with an investigation to see if they need to have they could have their 501c3 status revoked because they working with us. Let me say that again. Members of some particular members of the Black Caucus reached out through another person to our fiscal sponsor and said, in as much you working with this group, you may be doing something illegal working with this group because they doing political work. You a 501c3. You're not supposed to be doing political work. So if you keep working with them, we could have your 501c3 status revoked. This is an attempt to intimidate and threaten and cut us off from our amazing dope fiscal sponsor. By the way, the California Black Women's Health Project does great work. They support Black women across the state of California for probably over 30 years, since the 1990s and 80s probably. So they do great work. Shout out to them. They was not moved at all. They was not intimidated at all. But that happened. All right. So back to the question, I was surprised by that, but it did hit me that damn, there's almost nothing people will do to stop what you're doing if they don't like what you're doing or like what you're saying. So I know that's a long answer, but I want folks to hear that because that's one of the things that I won't say surprised me, but it did hit me like, damn, this is really real. And I want family and folks here who are doing this work to know that when you stand up to power and when you punch power gonna punch you back. All right, so don't be surprised if when you punch, they punch too. And we don't want no sympathy. We don't want no crying for that. Politics is a contact sport. Camilla, if I could ask you one more question before we get into the rest of the thing, and then we hear from the family. So, I'm just really interested in what your vision is for what our people look like after reparations here in California, because I know we are very focused on the day-to-day reparations fighting and the policy fight, which is what we're here for. But what is your vision? What do we look like as a people to you after we achieve reparations here in California?
In in general, like summation, it looks to me just as if our community is self-sufficient. And just looking back into the things that, we talked about in the task force, what I studied during the task force and before, texts that I kind of am recollecting on in this moment to fortify me, in this struggle. Seminal texts from W.B. Du Bois, like The Souls of Black Folks or Black Reconstruction, where he contemplated, right, as early as the, early 1930s and before, he contemplated, what would it have looked like if the Freedmen's Bureau, for instance, was a permanent institution. He contemplated that, if it was a permanent institution, that, it could have helped to solve some of the most perplexing, problems facing the Negro, right? In his words. I think about, the communities, the self-sufficient communities that, Black Americans in California have attempted to create, like, the Freedmen's Towns in Allensworth that were, created by ex-slaves, like, Colonel Allensworth and his partner, Alexander Payne. So I think about just, self-sufficiency and self-determination is my vision for what reparations looks like, once we achieve them. And then obviously, as someone who studied reparations from the framework of international law, human rights, reparations looks like direct cash payments, compensation, right? First and foremost. It also includes, that rehabilitation, the restitution, the satisfaction, the guarantees of non-repetition, in the form of a permanent institution in the state of California, like the California American Freedmen Affairs Agency that comes directly from the task force report. And how that will serve as, obviously a precedent for what repair can look like for other states and nationally as well. The one last thing I'll say, also just that I'm just kind of in my history bag right now for some reason.
Go in.
We'll talk a little bit about AB 1315 before, but we talk about American Freedmen. We have to talk about the American Freedmen's Inquiry Commission, right? That was created right after the Civil War. It was a 3-person commission that actually recommended the creation of the Freedmen's Bureau, and then from the Freedmen's Bureau, came Freedmen schools like Howard University, Hampton University, like institutions that still exist to this day and have educated so many people, have come from, the precedent that's already been set, via the American Freedmen Inquiry Commission and the institutions that it bore out, like the Freedmen's Bureau. So, that's the history that, the task force, leaned upon in part to, create our final recommendations. The last thing I'll also say is that the task force was a legislative advisory body. And so our primary duty was to advise the state legislature on the types of reparations proposals that they should adopt into law. So I just want to clarify that, I'm not saying that like the legislature has to, well, yeah, I am saying that they should, because of the nature of the role of our body. We were at an advisory body. They should align, their legislation for reparations should align with, the task force recommendations. Is that to say that, as legislators, there can't be differences or they can't change things up? Of course not. Of course, they can. But it all, depends on, the impetus for those decisions, right? The catalyst for those decisions. Like, we have to question why, these particular legislators don't want to follow the task force's recommendations on this. And so we'll probably get into it a little bit further in terms of, what could be the potential impetus and catalyst for them not wanting to align with the task force's recommendations on this. And, we know, from the evidence that's been reported in the media and whatnot, that it's not a sincere disagreement in terms of just semantics. There's something behind them not wanting to adhere to essentially the letter of what the task force recommended. So yeah, we'll get into that. I don't want to seem like I'm hiding the ball, but I want us to get into the discussion.
Well, hold that thought, and because we gonna come right back to that. Let me just give my vision too, because I don't want us ever to lose the plot, because we working towards something, right? So like reparations is a means to do something, right? To get us somewhere. Right. So that's why I was asking, what is your, as, chair of the reparations task force, what is your vision for what we look like as a people after reparations? And I want family and folks right here in the space right now to think about that too. Who are we and what do we look like as a people after reparations? Right? To me, that's one of the most important questions that I try to ask myself. But my quick thoughts are, one, the words that come to mind for me are power, powerful, wealthy, self-determination, control and building our own communities, control of whole industries, not just businesses and certain parts of industries, but whole industries. Those are the things that our kids not dying in the streets from gang things and gun things. I just told y'all to start. I spent most of the day today inside one of the prisons. Almost everybody I talked to in there was somebody who would probably self-identify as Black or African American, and I would bet 90, 95, 99% of those are American freedmen, people whose ancestors were, emancipated from chattel slavery in this country. So after reparations, our people ain't in them prisons. We're not overpopulating them prisons. We underpopulating them prisons if we in them prisons at all. So that's some of what, to me, what our neighborhoods and our communities and what our life is like after reparations. Sometimes though it's hard to even think about that, because we live our whole lives without having reparations, up until this point. So I know it's for me, that's been one of the most hardest things to get my mind into. Is like, all right, after we win, what does the world look like? And that's something that I gotta still keep thinking about. Camilla, thank you. I appreciate your very candid responses. I know you say you wasn't trying to hide the ball, but you did throw it around your back a little bit. So I want you to, I want you to, bring it back to the front, because I want to go right to some of what we were just talking about. Let's jump into AB 1315. Let's just jump right into it. I want to talk to folks about how it actually happened. But I think this is somewhat unclear, and I don't know if we've shared a lot of this and told this as publicly. How does bill AB 1315 actually happen? And by AB 1315, I'm talking about the bill to create the California American Freedmen Affairs Agency with Republican lawmaker Bill Essayli. So Camilla, you did a great job on the interview with Ashley Zavala with KCRA. I want to say it was like a week or so ago. And I think Ashley asked the same question. And I think part of the response was, the first time that we met Bill Essayli was actually on August 31st last year, when we was all up at the Capitol, and we was all, yelling and, talking, in our most passionate ways to the legislators and, everybody else. And there was a bunch of votes going on, and we wanted our bill to get voted on. And so Bill Essayli at one point in the evening, and I don't know if so there's somebody who I don't want to say their name, but was very, very, very important at making the connection between us and Mr. Bill said. That person know who they are, and I think they in here right now. But at a certain point, Bill Essayli came out and talked to us who were out there at the Capitol inside the building and asked us what were we there for, what's going on. And we told them, one, we wouldn't be here right now. We would actually be upstairs on the 3rd floor, but we're here on the 2nd floor because they have denied us access to the public space on the 3rd floor. So normally when you go to the Capitol, there's a public space for all the public. It's on the 3rd floor. It's called the gallery. And that's the public gallery. They denied the public access to the public gallery that day. So instead of the public gallery, we was all on the 2nd floor, which is where all of the lobbyists, all of the senators, all of the assembly people are. So, and I think actually that was better personally, but we were all there. And so first we said, listen, we being denied access to the public gallery. And secondly, our bills are getting blocked. And so Bill said to us, listen, I think that's wrong. I think both of those is wrong. I think I'm going to try to bring these bills up. And so I think everybody else saw what happened after that, right? Bill Essayli tried to bring the bills up for us. The same bill that the Democrats at that point in the Black Caucus had blocked and stopped from getting a vote. And Bill was not able to be successful because at a certain point, the Democrats took the bills off the agenda. So that was the start of the relationship. Fast forward, on January 7th of this year, we did our first ever Reparations Education and Advocacy Day, or a Reparations Lobby Day at the Capitol. We had over 100 people up at the Capitol, and the goal was to meet with all 120 members of the state lawmakers. So that's all 80 assembly people and all 40 senators in one day. So to do that, it took a lot of organizing and a lot of planning. We had to break up the 100 people into different teams. We broke people up into about 10 or 11 different teams of about 10 to 11 to 12 people each. And then we assigned every single one team about 10 different legislators and said, all right, these are your 10, go to everybody's office, give them our bill priorities list, tell them what we want them to do this year. And on the top of the list was create the California American Freedmen Affairs Agency for a number of different reasons. So we accomplished that goal. We talked to every single person's office that day. First ever reparations lobby day in California state history. Nobody ever went up to the Capitol just to do lobbying, just for reparations, just for us. So, but anybody who do that kind of work, you'll know that afterwards you got to follow up. Like you got to follow back up with the people who you went up there to meet. So we was doing follow-ups afterwards, and as a matter of fact, as we were doing the follow-ups, Bill Essayli's team reached out to us and said, "Listen, thank y'all for coming out. Come back. We want to talk." And so we went back and we talked about what our big priorities were, and Bill agreed on the policy. He said, "Listen, I'm gonna be transparent with you. I'm not a supporter of direct cash payments." We said, "I'm gonna be transparent with you. We are." Okay. So that's where we disagree. Then we said, "But I am a supporter of creating this state agency and doing genealogy." And we said, we are in agreement there. So then Bill said, "I like that policy." And so that was the beginning of the talks. Now I'm a give folks some other tea here also. We wrote a whole California American Freedmen Affairs Agency bill ourselves. And then we gave it, as we did our Reparations Education Advocacy Day and we did our follow-ups, we gave it to the Black Caucus. We gave it to the Black Caucus members and other folks too. And the response was no response. The response was nothing. So at this point, we are talking to as many people as possible because we want to get an agency bill. As Camilla said, we were told at the end of last year that the Black Caucus would be doing the agency bill this year, but I'm just going to be 100 with you. We don't trust them. Because how could we trust them? Because they blocked and killed their own bills last year and then lied to our faces about it. So we did not trust them. And I just want folks to be clear. I was being told by one Black Caucus member that I would go talk to that, yes, there is an agency bill coming, Chris. Just hold on. Then I will walk out the office, go upstairs to another Black Caucus member office, and they would tell me, no, Chris, it ain't no agency bill coming. Within 5 minutes of each other. Within 5 minutes of each other. This is up until like the last week of February. Okay. So at a certain point, early in February, we got the word that Mr. Essayli was interested and was willing to author this bill. And so we said, listen, we may not agree with you on the cash payments part or some other parts, but we do agree with you on this. So we're going to work with you where we agree with you on. One of the things that we learned last year was that we will not only work with Black Democrats, or only Republicans on reparations. We will work with anybody who supports the policy because this is a nonpartisan thing. Reparations is a nonpartisan thing. Like I told some other folks too, if you only do reparations when one party is in power, then you're doing it wrong. You're not actually doing reparations. You actually just a part of that party. Let's just be real. If you only do reparations when one party is in power, you just a part of that party. You're not really for reparations. So when Bill said, I like the policy, give me language, we gave him the same language that we gave the Black Caucus. The same language. And the rest is history. That's how the bill came about. Camilla, I'm gonna stop right there. What's your thoughts on all that?
No, I'm taking it in. I'm listening, and I concur with everything that you said. And it just relates to what I said at the top of the call, which is last legislative session, the CLBC members were enthusiastically supportive of the Freedmen Affairs Agency bill, and, again, all of the committee hearings, they're videotaped. So you can literally go back into the archives and see, them enthusiastically supporting this bill language. They wrote a letter to the governor because the governor allocated $12 million in the state budget for reparations implementation legislation. They wrote a letter to the governor soon after that announcement, again before this, fallout, August 31st. They wrote a letter May, June of this past year, 2024. Requesting $6 million of that $12 million to go to the California American Freedmen Affairs Agency.
That's
so
right.
You take those 2 points together, the fact that they were enthusiastically supportive of the bill language. They requested $6 million to fund this bill language, but then at the last minute, decide to block it. But then after they block it, they send out a press release to the public saying they promise to bring it back, in its original form, for the most part. And then, you fast forward to, their press conference, February 21st of 2025. And, instead of bringing back, that agency bill, they essentially bring back Governor Newsom's amendments to that agency bill, which
right.
former Senator Stephen Bradford had rejected, because essentially it would have gutted the agency as it was contemplated by the task force to be an additional study to be conducted by Cal States and nonprofits. And after the CLBC had killed those bills, former Senator Stephen Bradford had talked to the media and was pretty frank in stating that, he didn't understand why, they would do that, or why, there would have to be an additional study, on genealogy, when quite frankly, the expertise and the technology already exists. And so, why not? Because also people are struggling right now. Like, think about, you know, victims of the Altadena fires. Like 50% of Black families' homes have been destroyed in that town. I know we can't predict the future, right? But this should be a lesson, I think, to our legislators, to our Black legislators in particular. No one could have imagined this catastrophe happening in Altadena, for example. But that's why it's so important to always do what's right when you have the moment. Seize the moment. That August 31st, that was the moment for them to pass transformative legislation like a
Come on, talk
reparations
about it.
agency bill and like a
Factual.
reparations fund bill, right? They also
Come
killed the
on.
reparations fund bill. That would have been historic and would have
Right.
created a new account in the state treasury to fund reparations programs and policies. The reparations agency bill they killed had an office of immediate relief in there, right? That came
That's right.
exactly directly from the task force, right? Imagine if they had seized the opportunity and moment to do the right thing, pass those bills, there would already have been some type of, at least working towards getting an infrastructure set up to maybe, I don't know, assist Black folks currently that are impacted, by the fires, right? And now, we're in a moment where, we may have to wait until, 2026, 2027 to see anything really materialize from this reparations bills that they're proffering up. So it's just really unfortunate situation that we're in. And we have to, figure out exactly the source of, where it's coming from. But in terms of the obstruction, is how I view it. Not from our end, from our own
Right on.
legislators' end.
Now, I appreciate you, Camilla, and thank you for your thoughts there too. And you are 1,000% right there. In the original agency bill, there was, and specifically in the task force recommendations, right there was an office of immediate relief inside of there. And one of the bills that got killed last year was the fund bill also. Let's stay on 1315 though, because I just talked about how the bill came like about, and I don't think folks heard that yet. All right, because we ain't say that yet. All right, so people have been speculating, well, how the bill happened. So you just got to hear first. All right, you got to hear first. That's how the bill happened. All right, what does the bill do? So, in short, right, the bill creates, of course, the California American Freedmen Affairs Agency. I think the first, one of the most important things that the bill does that I don't think is talked about enough yet, but we're going to be lifting it up more, is that the bill formally recognizes and identifies American freedmen, those who are descendants of those who were emancipated from chattel slavery in this country, as a distinct and what we say a foundational American population. Let's pause right there for a moment. That is as important as the other things that the bill does, like technically. That's as important. This would be the first state institution, and really first time any state, maybe since the end of the Civil War, actually officially lifts up those of us whose ancestors built this country and said, listen, this is a specific foundational American population. We recognize and we identify y'all as such. That's important. That's important, because of what comes next. Also, secondly, the bill obviously, And for folks who've been following our Twitter and our IG pages, you already know this. The bill provides, through an Office of Genealogy, free genealogy services and support for folks who want to verify that they are American freedmen, that they are descendants of those who emancipated from chattel slavery in this country. One of the most common questions that I got and we still get when we do community meetings, we were at 15 different events in February across the state of California. We've done many community events since last August, obviously, but also since the task force finished their work and before that too. One of the most common things I hear is, Chris, I agree with the making the reparations specifically for those who are the descendants, but how do I do that? How do I show that? I mean, like I've heard that that's how my family, like that's where my family comes from, but I don't know how to show that. How do I show that? Can somebody help me show that? Part of what this agency does through the Office of Genealogy is answer that question, is fix that for the people who want to have that genealogy and that kind of verification done. So the bill creates an Office of American Freedmen Genealogy, whose job it would be to work with genealogical associations, genealogists, to verify and confirm and do genealogy for free for people who want to verify that they are American freedmen, that they have inherited the legal and political status that we call American freedmen, that they are the descendants of those who were emancipated from chattel slavery in this country. That's one other big thing that the bill does. Now, as you can see in the language of the bill would tell the agency and require the agency to create a registry or a database or a list of those who were verified. So then the next question I was getting over the last month or so is, Chris, I don't know about having my information or on no public site like that. Like what how is my information protected? Very good points. That's why in the bill, we specifically put language inside the bill that protects your privacy from not just from somebody in the public, from being able to see your personal private information, but also from other parts of the government from being able to get your personal private information, including and specifically, explicitly law enforcement. There's a part in the bill that says specifically law enforcement cannot touch any of this data at all. All right, none. All right, this information is specifically for being able to verify who is an American freedman. And the third, or the next thing that I think is very important about the bill, if I get into some of the detail, is that so what the bill does is set us up to do more later. A lot of people been coming to me and rightly say so, like, yo, Chris, what about the checks, man? Like, I don't want to hear it if it don't got nothing to do with no checks, or I don't want to hear it if it don't got nothing to do with no cash payments. I like how you thinking. Now, a couple things. One, what do you need in order to cut checks? What do you need first in order to know who to do the cash payments for? You need to know who to do the cash payments for, who to send the checks to, who to cut the cash payments for. Who are you sending the checks to? Who are you sending the cash payments to? The first thing you need to know is that. And this is important for the folks and family in the space who are doing reparations or reparative justice related work now, and that's going to do it in the future. This is important. One of the steps toward the direct payments and other things too is to know who it's going to, and to have a way to verify that is going to the right people. So there is a step that comes before that. Or in our case, it's a step that goes along with that, because as I said to start, we fight for the cash payments right now. We going back to the budget committee hearing on Wednesday, and tell them to put cash payments in the budget for our freedmen seniors first. That's what we doing now. And at the same time, we are working to have a way for people to verify that they are eligible to get them checks and to get them cash payments. So this agency, this Office of Genealogy, this step is important for those who want to see the checks happen. But it's even, I don't want to say it's even bigger than that, because I'm not one of those people who think that like reparations is like all the other things too. I personally believe reparations is the return of the financial economic wealth to us as a people. That's what I believe. That's my core understanding of what I want reparations to be. But I also want to say that if you want to do anything else for our people, specifically, this is good for that too. Yes, for me, reparations is checks, wealth, cash. And if you want to do other things outside of reparations, but specifically for our people too, you still need a way to know who the people are who you want to do it for. So this agency is good for the reparations work. It's also good for our people in general, for the things that we need and for the things that we want as a people in general. A couple other things, and then Camilla, I want to get your thoughts on this too, and then really, I'm dying to get to the family and to the people, because there's some questions that I hope people ask us. If I don't hear the questions, I'm gonna ask it myself, and then we gonna answer it. But I want to get to a little bit more of the detail. And again, you hearing this first about the bill, right? So as I said, the bill creates the agency. Starting on January 1st of 2029, the agency would have to start reporting to the legislature every 3 years on its progress and on its work. So we also built into the language of the bill that the agency has to be transparent. It has to be coming back to the public and talking about publicly what it's doing. It ain't no agency that could do things in secret and then people never know, or that it's not transparent. We wrote language into the bill to make the agency very transparent and responsive to the public and to the legislature itself. Also, the Senate and Assembly are going to have to conduct annual every year hearings to review the agency's performance and to make sure that the agency is accountable. Still, we working even more in this part of the bill to make sure that this is a responsive, community accountable new type of state institution, state entity like we never seen before, maybe with the exception of some of the original Freedmen's Bureau institutions. But we want to do this in a 21st century way. We are standing on the past, and then we looking to build something that never been built before. Also, the agency will be audited every 5 years. It will be audited. I mean, we're going to see where every dollar goes. Where is the money going? Who is it going to? How is it being spent? The agency bill has language in it that requires the California State Auditor to conduct financial and performance audits every 5 years. Every 5 years. All right, so we're gonna be able to see and check where the money is, who got it, what, where, why. And then as I mentioned, the bill prevents any personal information about any freedman from being shared outside the agency, and has a specific part of the bill that says none of nobody's information can be shared with no law enforcement at all. Now that's what the bill does specifically. Camilla, I want to stop right there. What's your thoughts on all that?
I concur with what you're saying. When we're just looking at the policy specifically, for all for all of the reasons that you mentioned, AB 1315, is the superior bill, and I just continue to point back to the fact that, one of the major reasons why I support the bill particularly as someone who sat on the task force, is that that particular bill, AB 1315, regardless of the fact of who the legislator is or his political affiliation, um, the actual policy as it's written, the actual bill as it's written, is in direct alignment with the task force's recommendations. And I think that needs to be very clear, and it's one of the major reasons why I support AB 1315 currently over SB 437 and SB 518. And I find it to be also very troubling that, the CLBC's bill SB 437 is essentially a carbon copy of, again, the amendments that Governor Newsom tried to give Bradford, and Bradford ended up rejecting, right? Our legislators are supposed to legislate, right, with their communities in mind, with the Black American communities in mind, not pass off language that comes from the governor as legislation. Like that's like offensive, in a variety of different ways. But that's what we're dealing with right now. So that's where I'll start, but I would love to hear from others as well.
Well, you got you got my wheel spinning right there, because I was going to ask you, because you said the word superior. So I was going to ask you, well, what's it superior to? And but before I even ask you already said it. There's two competing bills. There is a Descendant Bureau bill, and then that bill has a companion bill, which is a study bill, a research study bill. The Descendant Bureau bill is SB 518, and then the companion study bill is SB 437. So I know we've been talking. I've enjoyed your dialogue and your intellect, Camilla. But I really do want to get to the family and people. You touched on something that I don't want to miss, though, which is the money in the budget. The reparations funding in the budget. Let me just make two things clear for folks. One, last year in the 2024 budget in California, there was $12 million put in the budget for quote unquote reparations implementation. What that means is that money was put in the budget to implement or do in real life any reparations bills that got passed. So that was what the money is for. Secondly, the money is still there. So I just want folks to know the money has not gone nowhere yet. The money is still there. In order for the money to move, the money will have to be moved through a new bill in the state budget. So we would have to see language in the state budget that moves the money from this place to that place, or in a new bill this year that moves money from this place to that place. As a matter of fact, the bill that you just talked about, Camilla, Senate Bill 437, which is the research study bill, that bill pulls $6 million, or would pull $6 million of that $12 million to put into another research study with no start date, no end date, to study how to do genealogy for those who are descendants of those who were enslaved and emancipated in this country. So I just want to make that clear for folks. Because people been asking me about that. What was the money for, and where is the money at right now? The money is still there, and the money was to implement reparations. And as I put in my tweet a couple of weeks ago, yes, there is a plan. We've known about this plan, and we've been working against this plan publicly and privately for, I want to say, since last summer, right? Since Camilla just talked about earlier when we saw that letter, and from the Black Caucus to the governor, and that letter is public, saying that the Black Caucus wanted to put some of that $12 million into the creation of the Freedmen's Affairs Agency last year, and then put the rest of it into some nonprofit organizations. That second part, that nonprofit organization part, we are highly against that. Listen, we do reparations work here on a daily basis. I just told y'all earlier, and we've been saying, and we're gonna keep saying, that we put our own money into this. and we appreciate the support that we get from the people who support us. Even we don't want that money. Even we don't want that money. That money needs to go to reparations implementation. I mean, really, it needs to go to the agency and to the cash payments. And anything left over, put it in the reparations fund. All right, and let it get interest and dividends and all that and grow. All right, like that's what we want the money to go to. We don't want the money to put into our nonprofit, into our coalition, and then pay ourselves. And nah. And we are working to prevent that from happening for that money for anybody else. And we're gonna stay on that. So Camilla, thank you for raising that, because I did want to touch on that. Hopefully that comes up in the comments too. So family, I know we got some folks who want to talk. If you want to come up and give some comments or some questions, now is the time to get on the request line. Camilla, I'm gonna ask you to help, bring people on. Last thing I want to say though is, like I said to start, we advocates, we organizers, we people, doing this, and we regular people also. Like, we got jobs, we got kids, we got bills. Like, I mean, we got everything. So so in that sense, what I want folks to do also is right now take some action now. So I talked about AB 1315, how the bill happened, about the bill, but I ain't really talk about what happens next. Like, what happens next quickly. And then I want y'all to take some action with me. And to be honest, I mean, Camilla, let me know how you want to do this. Maybe we say something like this. If you want to come up and speak on the platform, you have to have taken this action. So and the action gonna be real easy. We're gonna ask you to put something in the comments. All right. So hold on. All right. But if you wanna come up and talk, I think, Camilla, let me know what you think. I think you gotta pay by doing some action. All right, by putting something in the comments. So let me make it make sense. So what happens next with AB 1315? The bill was introduced in the last week of February. California has something called a 30-day print rule, meaning that our bill cannot be heard for at least 30 days. That means our bill cannot have any hearings for at least 30 days. So that means over the next 3 weeks or so, the bill cannot have no hearings. At a certain point after the 30-day is up, then the bill will be eligible to have hearings. Now, we expect that the bill will be going to the California State Assembly Judiciary Committee for its first hearings. That's what we expect. That could change. It could have 2 committees that it goes to. It could have a different one that it starts with, but that's what we expect, because that's where the bill to do this last year went. So we expect that. So one of the first actions I'm gonna ask y'all to do is to do something about that. But before the bill gets to that first committee, the bill has to be sent there, or what we call referred there. Now, let me just tell y'all straight. If you want to stop a bill from going forward, there's some easier places to do it and some easier ways to do it, and there's some harder ways to do it. One of the easiest ways, or the easier ways, to stop a bill from even getting a hearing, from even getting into a committee, is to prevent it from being sent to the proper committee, to the right committee, to the committee that it's supposed to be sent to. I've seen it happen. I've seen it happen. The committee that sends your bill to the right committee for its first hearing, it's called the Assembly Rules Committee. The California State Assembly Rules Committee. Their job is to receive a bill, look at it, and then decide which is the right committee with the right topic to hear this bill. It's not to decide whether it's a good bill or not a good bill. It's to decide, this is a bill about education, send it to the Education Committee. This is a bill about healthcare. Send it to the healthcare committee. This is a bill about police and prisons. Send it to the public safety committee. Their job is to look at the bill and just send it to the right place. But if you want to stop a bill, one easier place to do it is in the Assembly Rules Committee, and you just say, listen, don't send that bill nowhere. Just hold it. Let's kill it in its crib. Just hold the bill. Let's not even let it even have a chance to have a hearing. So what's next for us is for our bill to be referred or sent from the Rules Committee into the proper Policy Committee, which we expect to be the Assembly Judiciary Committee. What I want y'all to do in the comments, if you got a question, if you got a thought, even if you don't, in the comments on this space or on your own page, I want you to tag the chair of the California State Assembly Rules Committee. This person is named Assemblymember Blanca Pacheco. Her Twitter is at ASMPACHECO, at ASM Pacheco, PACHECO, at ASM PACHECO. I want you to tag her and then hit the hashtag and put the hashtag refer AB1315. So at ASM Pacheco, hashtag refer AB1315. If you see that tweet, retweet that tweet, and then also put it in your comments too. We want the chair of the Assembly Rules Committee to know that people on the space right now want her to refer that bill and send that bill to where it's supposed to go. That's the first thing. Second thing, the chair of the Assembly Judiciary Committee, where we expect our bill to land first, his name is Assemblymember Ash Kalra. Some of y'all remember Ash Kalra from last year. He voted for a bill like this last year. He voted for this same version or a very similar version of this bill last year when it was Senator Bradford's bill. So we want you also to tag Ash Kalra. It's at ASH_KALRA at Ash_Kalra, and hit him with the hashtag here AB1315. Hashtag here HER AB1315. Hashtag here HEAR, excuse me, not HER, pardon me. It's a long day. Hashtag HEAR AB1315. And the reason why we want to use the hashtag here AB1315 for Assemblymember Kalra is because the chair of the committee, Ash Kalra, Assembly Judiciary Committee, he has a lot of power. He could, in theory, get our bill from the other committee that's supposed to send it to him, and then just say, you know what? I don't want to call no hearing for this bill. I don't want to call no hearing for this bill. He has that power. So we want him to know that people tonight on this space and those that's going to listen later, we want him to call a hearing for AB 1315. Don't listen. When we think our bill can win on the policy, so hear our bill. All right, don't block the bill, don't hold the bill. Hear our bill, and then for Assemblymember Pacheco, we want her to refer hashtag refer AB 1315. All right, so that's Assemblymember Blanca Pacheco at ASM Pacheco, and it's Assemblymember Ash Kalra at Ash_Kalra. All right, that's the price for coming up and speaking on a space. You got to take action. I saw some hands go up, but then I saw some hands go down. In the meantime, please, family, and I see y'all in the chat. Thank you. I mean, not in the chat, in the comments. Thank you for hashtagging that, tagging that. We want them to know that our bill, just like every other bill, deserves to be referred and deserves to be heard. All right, Camilla, let me pause here. What's your thoughts on all that?
Definitely people should do the action. I I think my app is messing up because I was trying to put some of the tweets that I see like in the Jumbotron, but it's not giving me that option for some reason. Um, but yeah, I would love for us to just, if folks have comments or questions, just continue the dialogue.
Well, we got some folks who requested to speak. I'm gonna bring some folks up. Hold on. So let me see who's on the list. All right. Up, some folks' hands went. If you got ideas, if you got comments, if you got questions, now is the time. All right. And you should expect. I keep you waiting this much longer. I enjoy these spaces. We should do one every single week, really. And y'all know we read every single chapter of the middle report of the California Reparations Task Force. Back in, I want to say 2020, 2021 or 2022. Probably 2022. So please. Understand that I will not be not doing a space. And you know what, Camilla, I think me and you should do a space or something more regularly also. Because I think that people need to be hearing what we are talking about. So if the folks are happy and want it, let's do this more often. And before I say anything else, we got some folks who came up to speak. I see that y'all did the action in the chat. I think Brother Earn, your hand, you are first on the list. It looks like, and then Brother Boykin or pardon me, Boykin, you are after that. Earn, I'm gonna bring you up, family, and then Boykin, we're gonna bring you up after that. All right. So Earn, hopefully you can hear us, brother. It's on you, family.
What's going on with you guys?
Peace.
I was gonna say shout out to y'all for putting this space together and definitely putting the price out there, because I think going forward we should always have a price to speak on reparations, especially if you claiming to care about it. And so that was an easy one, Chris. I don't feel like I paid much to be on the stage with y'all today.
All right. Be careful what you wish for.
But no, I was gonna say I think you really answered some of the questions as far as what's next with the direction for AB 1315. And I know earlier you were speaking a little bit on the actions that y'all had as far as trying to secure.
Yo, Brother Earn, you are a little bit low, family.
Yeah, you can hear me better?
Yep.
Yeah, no, I was saying that I know you just covered like next steps for AB 1315, so that really answered one of my main questions. I guess just to throw one out there for our audience, I'm really curious, how many man hours are y'all putting in a week in terms of your advocacy for reparations?
Man, Camilla, I want to hear what you think about this question too. That's a great question, brother. Man hours, woman hours, man. I'm gonna give y'all. So my day look like I wake up. After I, pray, give thanks to the ancestors, and get some water, get some vitamins, and get some sunlight, do some, self-care. And the first thing I do is get on this. So before I go to my 9 to 5, I spend at least 2-3 hours in the morning working on this. Then I go to my job. Then during my lunch break, I'm on this. Then when I get off work, I'm on this. So it feel like 2 jobs, to be honest. But that don't get all of it, because on the weekends, we was on the road for a reparations event every weekend in February. Every weekend. So it's weekends, it's mornings, it's lunch hours, it's nights, and it's all volunteer work. And that's what my days look like. Camilla, what's it look like for you?
No, it's a lot of work, but the framing that I want to take from the question is like there definitely needs to be more man hours put in. And it needs to be, you know, more people need to get involved. You know what I mean? And we're, you know, there's steps being taken every day to continue to get our community more engaged. You know, CJAC and other organizations, you know, hosted very successful town halls. Right after, you know, the CLBC blocked their, you know, priority bill and the reparations fund bill, and you know, CJAC at the top of the call just announced, you know, more town halls. Like we need more engagement, and it's great that you know CJAC is planning for that to happen. And you know, I'm all game for, you know, continued conversations on this platform as well and other platforms as well, because you know this is seriously an all hands on deck effort.
Thousand. Thank you for that. You got any more questions, family, or any more comments before we go to our sister Boykin?
No, I was gonna think of a few more, but just to comment on what y'all said, I think overall I agree more man hours need to be put in, and if we being serious with ourselves about the issue of reparations, you can look to maybe see and the folks in California as a baseline for the amount of hours that you should be think about putting in if you know you're serious about it. And so, you know, I want to just use y'all to set the standard, because obviously across all other states, we got some catching up to do if we really want to do advocacy work. But I'm gonna land with that.
Family, I appreciate it, and I also appreciate the work that you are doing in your city and in your state. I want to lift you up, brother. I want to give you some flowers too, because one, you are supporting the work that we're doing out here, but you also doing your own work too, brother. If you want to, brother, can you say just a couple words about the work that you're doing where you are?
Yeah. So I say since I joined the reparations space, you know, I've always been working with those who I consider grassroots advocates. But you know, our organization, which is the Freedmen Agenda League of Michigan, we was formed in 2020 after some bad politics with a certain org, and essentially we formed in 2020, and our goal since 2020 has been to push the state motion in our area, which is specifically Michigan. My hometown state is Illinois, and they have a state reparations task force, which I'm also a little bit engaged on, but I'm not on the ground in Illinois, so I predominantly do most of my work in Michigan with the folks that I know out here. As far as what we're doing on the ground, we are replicating what you guys have put in place, as well as other American freedmen advocates out there. So what do I mean by that? We've literally taken AB1315, as well as some parts of A07828 and even the Illinois reparations legislation, and have crafted draft legislation, which we have on our organization, and I'll put it in the comments. But as of today, you know, we have had at least more than 20 conversations with our representatives and senators here in the state to push an initiative to get a task force established here at the state level. Right now, we're in a phase of gathering the co-sponsors and actually getting the bill introduced. And today, we actually got the bill submitted for submitted for a bill registry or something like that. And essentially what's going to happen with that is we're working with some, let's just say, representatives in the state to see if we can get a bill number assigned. And from there, we have to work to get this bill introduced in the state by way of the House, which is Republican dominated. But the good thing is that the Dems in this state who claim to support the effort, they have the Senate and the governorship. And so in order for any bills to get passed, ultimately some bipartisanship is going to be needed. And so our goal is to drive this effort. We do have an active campaign. We've worked closely with the deltas of Southfield, which is a D9 chapter. They're in full support of an American Freedmen Reparations Commission, and has helped us organize one event or so by way of one of our co-founders. And, you know, we still trucking, so we got a lot of catching up to do, but ultimately we want to do the same things that y'all are trying to do. So data disaggregation, Office of Freedmen Affairs, and definitely the Reparations Task Force, all for what? To drive the energy at a federal level. So that's just a little bit about what I do. And I really like to support those grassroots activists that's putting their best foot forward. So that's me. I'm Ernest Russell, president of the Freedmen Agenda League of Michigan. That's not hidden. And if y'all want to know more, go to freedmanmi.org and you'll find out more about our organization.
Thousand family, appreciate you. Y'all, please follow the Brother Earn, follow the work that they're doing out there. The reparations.
Go I do, and we want to do the same things that y'all are trying to do. So data disaggregation, Office of Freedmen Affairs, and definitely the Reparations Task Force, all for what? To drive the energy at a federal level. So that's just a little bit about what I do. And I really like to support those grassroots activists that's putting their best foot forward. So that's me. I'm Ernest Russell, president of the Freedmen Agenda League of Michigan. That's not hidden. And if y'all want to know more, go to freedmanmi.org.
My apologies. I'm trying to get this brother's organization. I know he goes by Earn in the X space, but his name is Ernest Russell. He's the president. Oh, he talks so fast. Okay, guys, let me run that back one more time. Stand by. He's talking fast.
Same things that y'all are trying to do. So data disaggregation, Office of Freedmen Affairs, and definitely the Reparations Task Force, all for what? To drive the energy at a federal level. So that's just a little bit about what I do. And I really like to support those grassroots activists that's putting their best foot forward. So that's me. I'm Ernest Russell, president of the Freedmen Agenda League of Michigan. That's not hidden. And if y'all want to know more, go to freedmanmi.org and you'll
freedmanmi.org. Oh God. I know I'm sleepy. I'm not retaining nothing. freedmanmi.org. Let me see, y'all. Hold on. freedmanmi.org. Okay, maybe he spells it with an E. Hold on. freedmanmi.org. Oh, here we go. Okay. Let me post this here for you guys. He's got a donation button too. See, these are the people that are really, some of these people originate from the former ADOS. When we were in our humble beginnings and we all had to leave it because of all the nefariousness going on over there. freedmanmi.org. Okay, so this is his site. Paste. I'm putting it in the chat. President, and it's called the Freedmen Agenda League of, oh Lord. They're putting in work in Michigan about us, our mission. Hold on, guys. Yeah, they're putting in work. Freedmen Agenda League, the Freedmen Agenda League, that's a lot of words, of Michigan, was founded in the state of Michigan in 2020 by descendants of the victims of chattel slavery and Jim Crow in an effort to secure true and lasting prosperity in America. I'm going to paste this in the chat. With his website. You're welcome, St. Thomas 2009. Yes, I think it was Reps or someone that asked about, maybe it wasn't Reps, maybe it was St. Thomas. I can't recall. You ask about state level reparations impeding on the feds. It can't. It can't impede on the feds. Hi, Michael Pan. It cannot impede. That is just ridiculous. And that is something that Dr. Darity was spreading on the task force hearings. These are two separate efforts. And the bottom line is you can see how hard it is to even get it done on a state level. Imagine how much longer it's going to take to get it done federally when you've got federal government that is seeking to economically genocide us with immigrants. That's happening in real time all over the country. So don't listen to people like Darity, who received his reparations from the selling of his book. And when you tune in tomorrow, you're going to hear another space that talks about how ADOS, how Cam Howard from in Cobra and Darity actually attended one of my guests, Norris Shelton's meetings. He is actually the father of the ADOS movement. And you're going to hear that being mentioned in the space that I'm sharing tomorrow. You don't want to miss out. But basically, all of what they're doing, allegedly, I have to put that on there because I can't factually say it. But the people that are discussing it in the space I'm sharing tomorrow are exposing how ADOS and Cam Howard from Cobra and Dr. Darity attended said meeting from the father, Norris Shelton, of the ADOS movement. And they went about the business of creating different vehicles to grift off of that concept and to pretty much decide that Darity would be paid well through the book, that Yvette and Tone would be paid well through the ADOS movement, and that Cam Howard would weaponize it to set and Cobra up. And when you think about how Yvette was telling us to go out here and vote dim down ballot while never really explaining it, why in the world would you truly be for reparations and pushing us to vote for a House and a president, and well, not president because they said down ballot, but you're talking about a House and a Senate that are pro-immigration. So when you told the people to go out there and vote Democrat down the ballot, not just the last election cycle, but the one prior to that, okay? When you encourage us to go and do that, you have us voting for our own ethnocide, genocide, erasure, and replacement with immigrants. That's what you're doing. It wasn't just the 2016 that she did that. It was also 2020. Because a lot of her cohorts and I were going back and forth sparring in the X space about the dim down ballot because I was pushing a protest voter strategy for deportation, closed borders. How can you sit up here and tell your followers to continue to vote for a party that has declared war on us and has rendered us bottom caste in the country of our ancestors? This is how you know they're full-blown ops and not really about that reparations life. So I applaud CJAC, NASD, and everyone here in California that has pivoted and given this bill to Bill Essayli, Republican, to be the running back so that we can get some traction out here. And I implore upon Negroes throughout the country to weaponize your vote. You cannot continue to stay on the couch while we're being erased and replaced. You cannot continue to vote blue no matter damn who to our peril. It's got to stop. We must hold our nose and go out here and vote for deportation, closed border candidates. That's what has got to happen. We are being erased and replaced in real time by people who look like us and claim to be us and are ahead of everything that's supposed to be about us, while they're caping, mostly they're immigrants, are married to immigrants and doing the bidding of immigrants to erase and replace us and our justice claim. We have got to wake up before it's too late.
So I'll be sharing more about that tomorrow, 5:30. It's called Chicago Red isn't affiliated with Chicago Flips Red, because Chicago Red is going through a similar undermining by Chicago Flips Red. And P. Ray Easley is going to be here tomorrow to talk about it. And I'm going to play that space at the end of our sharing. So try to be here if you can, because I've got to expose it, because I see what it's doing to us to this very day. Yvette has gotten in bed with Isaac Bryan to undermine us and to push these BS bills when we've already got our bills from the task force hearing of 2 years. And all of that is ego. It's driven by ego and jealousy. They literally taunted the Flip Reds are going at it too. Well, reps, the Flip Reds are not going at it. Chicago Red, P. Ray Easley, is the founder of that movement. And I learned from her, and she'll share more about it tomorrow, that the people that do Chicago Flips Red are ops. They are backed by white money. They cozied up to P. Ray Easley to get position on the different networks that P. Ray was being featured on. She thought they were coming into her organization to help her. They were coming into that organization to co-opt it. The people that run Chicago Flips Red are not even from Chicago. And they are being backed by white money like an NAACP. They are in there to take over P. Ray's movement, akin to what Yvette did to the former ADOS movement. Yes, reps. You got to be here tomorrow. She's going to tell it. She can unpack it. But it's important for us to understand and be able to see who our common enemies are, so that we can pull support and put it in the right place. Yeah. Reps, let me finish this. It's still going. Hold on, y'all. I'll stop it as I need to.
Go find out more about our organization.
1,000 family, appreciate you. Y'all, please follow the Brother Earn, follow the work that they're doing out there. The reparations movement specifically, for those of us whose ancestors built this country, it actually started as a national movement, and it started as a nationally networked movement because we got social media and we all started connecting online on social media years ago. And brother, the work that you are doing is beautiful. We take inspiration from you too. We take inspiration from the work that y'all are doing also. Y'all learning from us. We learning from y'all. Everybody should be building, and this is my own personal thought. Everybody should be building and growing on what the other people are doing. So, like, take what you like. Don't take what you don't like, and build on it. And then the next group is going to take what they like from you, not take what they don't like from you, and then build on it. And we all growing off of each other. Ain't no egos, ain't no we had that first, or we doing that. Why they trying to copy that? Copy it and then do it better. Please. Like that's what's supposed to happen. We supposed to be growing and building off each other's work. And Brother Ern, I'm proud of you. I'm proud of the family out there. Please keep it up. And with that, I'm gonna be quiet because I want to go to our sister Boykin, who's been waiting patiently. What's up, family?
Hey, good evening, Chris. Hi, Mila. Hey, Ern, and everybody in the space. Peace and blessings. Peace and reparations. I am proud of the advocacy you are doing, Chris and Camila. I know how long and hard work it takes to just get a meeting with any of your state legislature, but the fact you got them listening to you, that is tremendous. So by all means, seriously,
And the fact that you guys in California forced Gavin Newsom's hand and you forced the CLBC to a vote to expose themselves at a national level during a national election, you guys have opened a new chapter in history, okay? For the first time in decades, literally, a grassroots organization and a black grassroots organization brought the governor of California and his stooges in the assembly to their knees. Now, this has political repercussions for 26 and beyond, because now the CBLC, they put themselves in a corner. They put themselves on the back foot, so to speak, because when they undermined what Bradford did, knowing that term limits caught up with him, they thought, okay, Bill's dead in the water. We can go back to same old grift. Well, after Kamala basically sank the Democratic Party from here on out, I don't think these guys really know what they're up against. Honestly, they still think that it's 1996 and they can run the same nonsense. No, different generation, different thinking. We've got a new paradigm completely. And as Ern had pointed out, we have to work with both parties, okay? Because that's who's in there.
That's right.
You have to work with them. And a lot of these, excuse me for saying this, but I'm just going to call it like I see it. A lot of the knuckleheads are still stuck on thinking the Democrats will somehow come through. We've seen this. I've seen this 35 years that I've been politically active. And I've seen the treadmill going to nowhere by where I am locally, your local leaders, and at the state level. It is just planned chaos, and it really is. So the fact that you guys are coming in there with a plan, more than just a plan, you're actually coming in there with a strategy, and you're writing these bills, and you're telling these guys, take it or leave it. That's the energy that we need. And I'm taking notes. I'm learning from you guys. Okay? Yeah, I'm going to copy. I'm going to pass these notes around just like in college, high school, because this is how I'm learning what to do. And opposition does not deter me, because unfortunately, this is an unfortunate reality. Many of the organizations that are against us are the black organizations, okay? They don't want to share the sunshine. They don't want to share the wealth. They just want to tell us what to think and how to do it, because they're the controlled opposition that has been selected by whomever's in power. And they're trying to steer us the wrong way so they can keep their little position, keep their little jobby jobs, and make themselves feel more empowered than the rest of us. That's the old way of thinking. That was in the 70s and 80s and 90s. That's done. Okay? So if they didn't get it in 2024, they'll get it in 2026 and beyond. And long story short, with the assembly members, I am very familiar with the Rules Committee. A long time ago, as a college undergrad, I won't say which university, I did an internship with a specific California assembly member. He's long since retired. But it is true that Rules Committee does have the final say so. Okay? If they can kill the bill.
That's right.
They can kill it in motion. All they need to do is talk to one or two people on that committee who can make it happen or who can derail an entire process. Okay? And listen, that kind of power is awesome. And all I was doing was literally faxing papers and taking notes and going and get coffee as a college undergrad. Okay? But when you see sausage being made, and when it
That's
comes
what it
down
is.
And when money changes hands, and we're talking tens of millions, probably hundreds of millions now.
Right.
Power concedes nothing without violence. And political violence takes on many undertones, many different shapes. And the fact that there is black on black violence going on at the political level right now, that tells you a lot of people's thinking and why they think that way. And from here on out, I encourage everybody in the room, grassroots, so on and so forth, just to go ahead and make that commitment to still your resolve, because when you've got to push these people, and you do have to push hard, you really do have to square up for what's coming next. So keep up the good work, keep your boots on their necks, and I'll stay informed. Thank you very much for having me on the stage tonight.
Guys, forgive the pauses, but I have to pause the video, then come back to this screen to open up my mic so I can speak to you all. Michael, that was Boykin Spaniel 33 at B Spaniel 33 on X. She follows me and I follow her. Let me go up to some of these other comments. The people are shocked. Yes, Carolyn and Reps, it's very disappointing because I heard P. Ray in a Facebook space talking about the delineation, and she's going to share the reasons why she must delineate. As Chicago Red from Chicago Flips Red, they basically have co-opted and corrupted her whole entire vision, and she's trying to make the delineation because of some obscene behavior and the fact that they're from out of town and the fact that white money is funding them. Easy Access, who the F can we trust? This is crazy. Very demoralizing. I don't want to trust or follow anyone. Everyone is turning on each other and becoming cannibals. No, Easy. We're not turning on each other. We're just telling the truth. And the problem is that we've been trying to play political correctness, but what happens is the people with the bigger mics and the bigger, on the national mainstream demon radically run media, they get to herd us back onto the demon rat plantation. And so, yeah, you can pretty much trust the people I'm putting in front of you. This is why I'm exposing it. You guys know I'm not about the grift. I'm over here mostly for free, save a couple of people who patronize the channel. Hopefully it can grow more support because I'm here to push for reparations and to spread the word about the cause to action and to win more people over to my protest voter strategy to unask their couches, because I'm living what I'm trying to help the rest of the country to avoid. Being taken over by immigrants who can sit up here and play with your reparations. Being played with by folks who even descend from your own people. The Boule, the D9. Not the ones like a P. Ray and Ivy Dreams. I think they're AKA, but they use critical thinking skills. They rep the hood. I'm not a part of any sorority, but I'm degreed. And I rep the hood because this is what I grew up knowing. So I'm here to look for my tribe. I'm here to expose the people that are out here who are trying to corral us back onto a democratic plantation that we're fighting with everything in us to escape. And the only way to do that is to return the missile with the power of our vote while we still got power in it. We don't have the luxury of sitting on the couch when there's 282 million of them to our 40 million. We got to weaponize the only thing we've got left, which is the vote. You must understand who these people are and who they are in bed with. And yes, I'm going to show and prove. I'm going to show you. Let me see if I can find that bullshiggity by Yvette while the tape goes on, and I'll interrupt it and show you what Yvette is doing to support Isaac Bryan, who I just showed y'all is undermining our movement,
She's in bed with him, and I'm going to show you proof of that. Let me keep going, and I'll look for it. I was not going to show it until tomorrow, but here we are. So let me get back to it. Did I stop sharing? Oh, I didn't mean to do that. Okay, hold on, y'all. Let me go back and continue.
Well, family, we appreciate you. Thank you for taking the action and paying the cost to be the boss. Which is send it. Just drop it in the comments. Two lines. At Assembly Member Pacheco, refer AB13 or hashtag refer AB1315 and at Ash_Kara here hashtag here HEAR here AB1315. Thank you for your thoughts. We got two more speakers came up. Can I just add one piece to it, Camilla, before we get to the next two speakers? So quickly, Sister Boykin said something that I want to just touch on quickly too. I've been hearing and I've been seeing things that sound to me like, some of our elected people think it's a privilege to meet with them. That it's a privilege to meet with the person that you put in power, that you pay their salary, that live off taxpayer money. It's not a privilege to meet with no elected person. It ain't no privilege. It's their damn job. It's not a privilege that can be taken away to be a part of the political process. As I told our team, I say 1,000 times, I say it again. So our team, a lot of us is here. Y'all heard me say this. Nobody has the power to exclude you from the political process. Nobody has the power to exclude you from the political process. We have a God-given, ancestor-given, literal constitutional right to petition our government for redress of our grievances. Congress shall make no law abridging the right of the citizens to petition their government for redress of grievances. We have a literal right in the Constitution to be a part of the political process. Nobody can take that away from you at all. And the second thing quickly is, so, I think one thing that's important that I hope people take away from the work that we're doing, specifically by the fact that we're working with both parties, because we got a bill with a Democrat this year and we got a bill with a Republican too. I think for those of y'all who are doing reparations work on the ground or will do it, or supporting those who are doing it on the ground, or doing it online, or supporting those who are doing online and on social media. By the way, shout out to our social media influencers. Shout out to our new media family. Shout out to those who are, so people say that like you outside, like I call that on the ground, but when you're on social media, I call that in the air. So shout out to those of us who are in the air, because we need an Air Force too. All right, we can't win no political war without no Air Force. And we can't win it without no tanks and no soldiers on the ground either. We need all parts of the political military, every single piece. We need the special forces that nobody know about. We need the tanks. We need the submarines. We need the Air Force. We need all parts of the political military. So everybody, I want you to know, I see you. I see you, and I appreciate what you're doing. One thing that we are showing is that you don't have to only work with one party. As a matter of fact, you need to be working with all parties, not just the Democrats and Republicans, but the third parties too. The third parties too.
Okay, let me share my screen. Hold on, y'all. I want to show you, better than I can tell you, what she's been on. This is why we are no longer a part of the bullshiggity. And Chris and them ain't got time to expose this kind of stuff, but today I got time. Hold on one second. Tired of the bullshiggity. I'm sick of it. Just a second. I'm opening up the X files. Coming back to share. So next election, Negro states. It's one thing about being emotional. Let me make sure y'all can see this. So y'all can see it. It's one thing to be emotional when dealing with politics and politicians. It's a whole nother thing to be completely ignorant of how to move politically when dealing with those same two. This is the work that Yvette appreciates from Isaac Bryan. A bill introduced by California Assemblymember Isaac Bryan aims to give descendants of slaves priority for admission to the University of California and California State University. I like this direction at IB2 Real. Now, why in the hell would you like a thing like this when you know we have been fighting for lineage-based cash reparations in the state of California? It's because you're angry that you, all the way in Atlanta, could not co-opt and take over the California reparations while in bed with Narcan and Cobra and Darity. This is a do-nothing bill. This is what they're doing, creating their own, when we spent 2 years on a task force hearing to talk about the remedies, and you're in bed with the very enemy that is co-opting and corrupting our movement, bringing in bullshit that he know won't fly. You can't do nothing for us as Black Americans, giving us priority in universities we can't even afford. This is bull, and it's by design to continue to undermine us because they're angry that CJEC and NASD took it over. And that we made it so Antonio could not run interference after he was on the screw tube talking crap about us because Yvette came in and wanted to take back the movement after she told us to go out there and build it. This is a do-nothing bill, as is everything coming out of the CLBC, and it's not their place to undermine what we've already done. We've already got our bills that we want to introduce, and they won't bring those bills to the floor, but she wants to champion this nonsense when we can't even afford the tuition at these universities, where we're being legislated out of the state because she's angry, her ego is bruised. And the fact that it's a whole grift over there at the hashtag ADOSAF. Let me show you one more before I continue with the video. So I'm exposing it here because it needs to be exposed. Sick of this nonsense. Tyrone Polk Friedman shares in the X-Files. Everyone not hashtag ADOS in the status lineage-based reparations movement knows exactly why Yvette Carnell decided to back at Isaac Bryan 2_real. It defies logic to all of those who have been following California reparations. A freshman taking politics 101 could easily understand that the California Black Caucus should have introduced last session reparations bills. She all the way in Atlanta co-opting what's going on out here. We all see how the CLBC, especially Isaac Bryan, represents the insidious and lower self-energy that corrupts our politics. We're too politically and socioeconomically disadvantaged to have our own people betray us, especially in that fashion. You could try to rewrite history and change the narrative. We're too politically astute and students of history to allow your character flawed false prophet of a leader sabotage our progress. Yvette miscalculated backing Bryant. She just exposed herself in the worst. Go die on the ADOS in typical black, dim, benign neglect, which I call intentional. Liberal policies hill you all just made. Let's see here. Undisciplined is the new talking point from a DNC, OS, and master manipulator, Representative Isaac Bryant. The same group that told us local and state reparations for American freedmen were a waste of time. Me speaking, why in the world would it be a waste of time when you spent billions? When we went into these task force hearings, we had a $96 billion surplus. We're at an $88 billion deficit with a B over immigration, illegal and legal, and the pandemic. But you want to sit up here, Dr. Darity, and say at those task force hearings that we don't have it to do for lineage-based reparations. You want to sit up here, Yvette, and support this nonsense from Isaac Bryant, suggesting we get privilege at a school we have no money to attend, knowing that affirmative action can't do anything about that. It's been dismantled out here and nationwide. Now they're the experts on local and state initiatives. We would respect you more if you were honest and said you want the California reparations bag. Trying to rewrite history and control the narrative isn't going to work. We know what the CLBC did, and we see you for the frauds you are. You're not honest people at all, a disgrace to the lineage. You lost because you were undisciplined, ADOS, had nothing to do with your failures. You lost and wasted 5 years of time on a project that Tone Talks gave to you because you were undisciplined, stupid, and short-sighted. No one sabotaged you. You sabotage yourself, says East Texas. That is a lie. We got rid of Tone because of his big-ass mouth talking down on those of us who were in the fight out here. He had no power. We removed and rescinded his recommendation to that task force as a member because all they want to do is be screw tubers and show up and get credit. They weren't up burning the midnight oil as we were rewriting bills and different things to make sure this thing went towards lineage base. They do none of the work, but they want all the credit, all the while undermining what we're doing out here because they're angry that we have more power as a collective to get rid of and expose them. These are lies from East Texas. The one thing about historians is that they try to objectively comprehend and interpret the period they're studying. With that said, ADOS will go down as the group that conspired against reparations for American freedmen. It will leave future historians dumbfounded as to why they attacked the very thing they claim they wanted. They can disagree with this current generation of freedmen. Their actions and comments online will be the source of our progeny will judge them on. Will be the source our progeny will judge them on. So please, I'm over here telling you who to believe in, who to follow. I'm telling you that. That's why I'm over here, to expose it. And I'll be exposing more of it concerning Chicago Red and Chicago Flips Red tomorrow at 5:30. Tired of the bullshit. I'm tired of the undermining. These people are only interested in being demon rat shields. Yvette is lesbian. That's what she's fighting for, us to stay on that plantation. That's her agenda. To be a demon rat shield and be paid through her ADOS AF organization, which is a trademark. that they want to make into a lineage. We're fighting right now to keep this ADOS and FBA trademark off of our lineage. None of us have that crap on our paperwork. You can identify as that as if you want to, but that's not on my birth certificate. I am a Negro on my birth certificate. That Negro claim ties me to my justice claim. Not FBA, not ADOS. And these people are running interference over there on the Hill based on Black, American, African American, Negro, colored, taking all of our identifiers back. And we got to fight ADOS and FBA. We can't get nowhere with this type of interference and these ops out here. We can't get nowhere. We can't advance. Let me find the video. Sick of the nonsense. And these are the people that will get money funneled to them, while folks like Chris's organization and NASD and all these other people struggle. Because they're not going to talk about it. They ain't got time for this nonsense. They trying to save a whole lineage. Stand by. I got to go back to the video, to the space, to the X space, so we can finish that out.
All of the parties need to be put on and moved on this. And then second thing is, last thing is, I think what we also showing is that to the people who are in power, we are going to do policy and work no matter what. No matter what. If you don't do it, we're going to find somebody who will do it. So it's in your best interest to do what we want, because we're going to do it anyway. And that's also what I want people to hear and know that too. And I know the only way for people to really get that is to see it happen. So I'm proud of us. Anyway, let me stop. I'm gonna go to Sister Princess, and then I'm gonna go to our Sister L to the boogie. Sister Princess, what's up, fam?
Good evening. Good evening. Oh my God, I'm so excited to be here, and I love your energy, Chris. I love your determination.
Late night.
your tenacity. Thank you, Camilla.
You know what, yo, Princess. So like I said, I've been in the prison all day. So I knew when I was talking to the brothers in there, I said my energy gonna be on 1,000 tonight, because the brothers in there. I mean, they gave me. I mean, they talking to you about they. So I'm sorry, sis. Go ahead.
Yes, and I feel it. I feel that energy tonight. And I can't believe it. I know you're anointed for this, because how could you have so much energy? You work so hard, so day and night. It's just amazing. And I just want to thank you and Camila. Hearts and flowers to you both. I love your energy. You're revolutionary. And I want to say something to the people tonight. Thank you, Chris, for speaking to the community at large tonight. I told you early on in my 30 years of advocating for policies for American families and for working families. And finally, I met a group, and I said, I saw this group, CJAC, and I said, why do they have my initials, CJE? What's going on here? I need to see what's going on. And so I joined in. But I told you early on in my 30 years of advocating for policy that the CLBC, and this is after August 31st, after the betrayal, probably even before, but after the Taste of Soul town hall, the CLBC is not moving appropriately. They are secretive, and they have cut ties with their very own volunteers. So not only did they kill their own bills, they cut ties with the volunteers that pushed the bills last session.
Let's talk about
Very
it.
strange. Am I lying? Am I making it up?
Nah.
No. Mm-mm.
Very strange behavior. Who this is not normal. Then I couldn't figure out why they would do that. So as time went on, and the silence from the CLBC goes on, they don't defend their bill. I don't know if you guys saw the press conference, but it is online. Please, if you haven't seen it, look at it. The CLBC, their energy that day was low to the ground. They were not proud of what they were doing, and you could feel it. It was palatable. You could feel it. And so as time goes on, they are silent. They're silent about their bills. They don't advocate for them. They have people, I don't know if they have people or not, because we were their volunteers, so they don't have any people. But anyway, they have other people who running around that don't know what's going on, attacking the actual advocates and not advocating for their bills. This tells me that they are not serious about their bills. And they're just going to continue to not listen to their constituents, not listen to the community. We need to make it clear to them that this disrespect has got to end. And we will work with those that are putting forth meaningful, bold policy, not weak and rundown.
Period.
And so sadly, I have seen now it's been revealed, and it's always been is known, but it's being loudly revealed that they are prioritizing immigrants and the undocumented. So when they're speaking in public, they're not talking to us. They're not advocating for us. They are speaking to the immigrants and the undocumented, and this is mind-blowing to me. And so those are my thoughts about what's going on now. I am still trying to be diplomatic about things. I am still trying to have conversations, but why is it so difficult? Why are listen, I am used to legislators and people of that stature pulling me in closely, identifying that I am a community organizer, identifying that I am connected to my community. I'm used to them pulling me in their office and saying, we need more like you. This CLBC is not doing that. This is problematic, and I don't know if it's because they are freshmen and don't know what they're doing, or it's just that they're just being hateful. It could be both. It's seemingly both. So I'm gonna let other people speak, but I just wanted to tell you both, Chris and Camilla, and the CJEC official. God damn. Sorry. Y'all are doing it. I'm honored to be a part of it. You are some of the most organized and serious people that I have ever met in my 30 years. And I have been trained by the best, trust and believe, working for presidential campaigns and everything. I recognize the organization, the tenacity, the strategy. I recognize. So thank you very much, everybody in the room. Keep pushing. Join CJEC official.org. Join us, please. We need more and more people, and we need more and more people reposting and doing all sorts of things. We need to swarm on them, period. They need to be swarmed on, and y'all know how to swarm. I know you do. So I love you. Have a good evening. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Family, love, and big. I want to give you some love real quick, family. Thank you for your work. You have been such a powerful contribution to this work. And one thing I always tell our family and folks, y'all can see it from the policy work that we do. We are a nonpartisan organization, a nonpartisan coalition. We got people in our coalition and work with our coalition groups that are conservative, that are liberal, Democrat, Republican, third party, no party, independent, don't like no parties at all, don't know about none of the parties, don't like politics at all. To me, that's an asset to us, and we're gonna stay on that. So thank you, family. Appreciate you. Camilla, I want to go to L to the boogie. I think L was next. And then I see our family, Queen of LA, came up as a co-host. Yeah, I knew I was gonna get you up here, family. Yeah. L, it's on you.
Greetings to the room, everybody. Chris, Camilla, Queen of LA. Thank you for this room. Y'all know me, peeps. We've been rocking and riding since day one of this boots on the ground, 2018, 2019. So I thank Princess for her comments. Her comments were really spot on. I just wanted to piggyback off of what she was saying about the CLBC's behavior. It's like that, now very common, understanding that Maya Angelou gave us, that when someone shows you who they are, believe them. So we have seen and we know that the CLBC has basically turned their back on the grassroots. They are beholden not only to their nonprofit industrial complex paymasters, but to the will of the DNC and the will of Gavin Newsom. They do not care about you, and they have shown that. And so, in my humble regard, I would not, I'm a forgiving person, and, I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt. Even if you almost try to shank me, I'm going to maybe have a little bit of shred of, you could be redeemed, but at this point, I don't really know. It's like, should maybe they need to be treated as enemies of the state at this point, right? By the grassroots. So, but my question was, in terms of the legislative leg and the advocacy and the policy and working through the legislative process and understanding how bills work and things like that. You got all these armchair quarterbacks that all of a sudden recently surfaced that want to denigrate and say that California grassroots has no idea how policy works, has no idea how bills work, don't know how to read the room, don't know how to do all of these things, right? But we know better than that. And that fight right there is a dog fight. That's really in the trenches. That's like the unglamorous part of it. Chris, you are literally on the hill every day. You go from your place to the hill and talk to somebody, one person. If you can only get one person, you do that every single day, right? That's the unglamorous part. Lots of us trek back and forth from Southern California, Northern California, people from the Bay Area, different things like that, doing the unglamorous work. We know that part, right? And so we could, of course, use more soldiers who are willing to do that, who are not armchair quarterbacking and critiquing the work that others are doing, right? Because everybody can fit in where they get in, right? Get in where they fit in, right? So this is a mighty oak we're trying to hew down, right? And we need to be chopping at the root from every different angle. And I like what you said earlier about you take what you like and build on that, and take what you don't like, throw it away, or do it better or something like that. That's the exact attitude And if we as grassroots, as Black people, because let's face it, we are broken, right? We only know that whether it's false or whether it's true, that Willie Lynch mentality of how to fight. We are experts at fighting against each other. We are really good at that.
Come on.
Man, we could chop each other down so good, but when we get into a space with a bunch of those other people, right? Or in a space full of opposition, then we don't have as much battery in our back. And so I would challenge the people who are listening on this call, and we know there are people who are listening to critique. We know there are people who are listening so that they can then do a space later talking shit about everything that we talked about. So, we know that, right? But we challenge you and we invite you to do it better. We don't have any ill will toward anybody that thinks that they can do it better. You know, and if you decide that you need to make that a public showing of how to dress down or how to denigrate or how to chop down the work that the people on the ground are actively doing, that makes you suspect. That tells me you're a cloud chaser, you're a clickbait chaser. You're not really an advocate. You're just out for clicks and to be seen, et cetera, et cetera. Because real warriors, like you said, those special forces, they keep their head down and they do the work. They're not looking for no stage. They're not looking for none of that. So ask yourself, if you feel like you need to do a space or you need to, spend this campaign on chopping down the work that other people are doing, you should check yourself, right? And to be honest with you, and I can tell you from the top to the bottom of CJEC, we don't care. We don't respect that. And we gonna keep doing what we're doing. Y'all not gonna stop us no matter what you say. So say.
I just had to make a comment concerning what Lori was stating. You go over there and you ask ADOS and FBA, what have they done in terms of the work, in terms of the bills, the legislation, the going up and down on the Hill? What have they done to move it like CJEC and NASD have moved it out here? CJEC in particular. Besides being YouTubers, tell them to show you their portfolio of work. What has Yvette done for Atlanta, where she's at? What has she done for the state of Georgia to push reparations out there? That's what you need to ask her. What has Tyreek done to do it out here? I heard him on one phone call and I saw him at one task force hearing. Ask them to show you their work. That's how you know who to follow, Easy Acts. Show you their portfolio. CJEC has a record. Go look at their website and then go look at the other sites and see if it compares. Capital Accountability Project out of the DMV, Asan Powell. Go look at her website. Look at what they've done. Compare everybody's pages. That's how you know who is doing the work, and that's how you know the difference between those working and those seeking to tear the others down and to undermine us. Because their real political aspiration is in bed with the democratic shields. Let me go back.
Give you breath. So my question is, that work that is, that grunt work, right? We know about that part. We also know the money part.
Oh yeah.
Right. That is a part I think where, it's because the resources, we have to put resources where they can. How can people on the call, they may be in Cali, they may not be in Cali, how do we keep the spotlight on the corrupt, and we're seeing it at the federal level, right? All of the nonprofit organizations and all of the millions and billions and trillions of dollars that are literally going to nonprofit organizations, where that, the lawmakers themselves are sitting on these boards and they're affiliated with them. So they're basically laundering money. So the CLBC is no different, right? They all, I guarantee you, every last CLBC member sits on a nonprofit in the state of California. And on the board, they serve as an officer, consultant, or something, right? And so how do we keep, our eye on, and how do we exert pressure? For example, there's this Black Young Democrats, or somebody talking real greasy, like literally at a disrespectful level, to where they can only do that behind the keyboard. Because when you in LA, if you talking like that in real life, you gonna get hands put on you. Trust and believe. Trust and believe, right? You ain't doing that in person. So when you have these kinds of organizations that are basically groupies because they are supporting a lawmaker or a politician that has the power to send money their way. That is why they're doing that, right? They're whores. They horn after money. And so they're going to support and they're going to defend, and the politicians know they can use them as attack dogs. What are your suggestions? And Camilla, I really almost want to pose this question to you. And how do we keep the pressure, and in some ways that we can do something other than bark back and forth at them? Is there anything legally? Is there anything that we can do to kind of, expose how this whole corrupt circle of and this wheel, turns? So that's my question.
That's a fire question. I got an answer. I was waiting because I had an answer, but Camilla, I want to hear what you think about that.
No, I want to hear what you think, but I'll just say quickly, there's, quite frankly, they would say it's an ethical and legal gray area, some of the things that you're talking about. But I think, what could be done is, just following up with journalists, and particularly investigative journalists, journalists who have the resources and the interest to, follow the money, follow, some of the things, the intertwining of some of these, legislators and organizations that they support. And when we saw how that was actually successful. I'll give a prime example. Right, there was a journalist from Cal Matters who leaked a letter that the CLBC had written to the governor asking for $6 million to go to the Freedmen Affairs Agency when they supported it. But then they also, in that same letter, wanted $6 million to go to the California Black Freedom Fund, which is, a nonprofit that, gives money to other, Black nonprofits, essentially an organization that had little to nothing to do with the task force. The CLBC had partnered with the Black Freedom Fund after the task force was over on, what they call the State of Black California tour. It was at some of those tours where they announced that they had plans to distribute, some of that money that Newsom allocated towards reparations to go to their nonprofits. Other journalists picked up on the work of the journalists who leaked the CLBC's letter. Journalists followed up with Mark Philpott, who's the executive director of the California Black Freedom Fund. And with that questioning from investigative reporters, it forced the issue. It forced Mark Philpott to respond, at least in public. I know he also showed up to one of CJEC's town halls in Sacramento, and it basically forced his hand to say, look, Yes, the CLBC wrote a letter with my organization's name on it saying they wanted to give me $6 million out of the $12 million, but that does not constitute an agreement. That does not mean we want the money. We want nothing to do with the money. So again, I just want to say what can be done. Again, it's an ethical gray area because the CLBC had no problem putting in writing that they wanted to allocate $6 million to this nonprofit foundation. And it actually would have happened if, investigative journalists weren't on it and didn't, and asked the questions that need to be asked. And that's just going to have to happen continuously, is holding them accountable and being creative about how we do that.
Camilla.
So I want y'all, did y'all pick up what she was putting down? Basically, Newsom has earmarked, I want to say, 50 million or so towards fighting Trump against the removal of illegal criminals down here who broke into the country illegally. But he set aside 12 million that the CLBC wants 6 million, of which they want to park into a nonprofit organization. And that's how they launder money. You're going to block the bills, but you're going to be backdoor in the back room trying to take half of the measly 12 million that was earmarked for the California Office of American Freedmen Affairs. Y'all making side deals to give half of that money, leaving us with only 6 million to do the agency that's there to do the genealogy and to dole out the reparations that we intend to get for the people. The very CLBC that blocked our bills is trying to get half to go over to some organization where they can get paid. Half. Yes, Michael, even Doge is needed for the California Housing Authority because most Black Californians don't have a place to stay. Why? Because Mexicans are in charge of housing out here. You saw Maxine Waters laughing at the homeless when they were screaming on her to give vouchers because the woman in charge was not giving them housing vouchers. And Maxine Waters laughed at them. While y'all listen to this, I'm going to try to find that to share with y'all too, so folks won't think I'm making stuff up. Stand by.
You actually said a lot while I got one thing to add to the answer to the question. Then I want to get to the rest of the family who've been patiently waiting. I see y'all, CC Freeman. I see you, LKC. I see you, CC Capone. I see y'all. Whoever else is in the let me see. Lula May. I see you too. Hold on, we got you. To answer your question, first of all, LTW, thank you so much for your work. Obviously, thank you for your advocacy. Thank you for your support. I mean, people don't even know how big you are to this work, and they don't even need to know. So thank you. Camilla, you said the first part of the answer, which is, sunlight is the best disinfectant. That's what I heard. Shout out to our brother Chad, who's in the chat. Chad had a tweet of a couple of weeks ago where it was like a meme of like somebody's feet stepping on roaches when the lights come on. Now, I ain't gonna hold y'all. I grew up on the East Coast. I grew up, I spent most of my life on the East Coast in Brooklyn, or most of my childhood life in Brooklyn, and then like the rest, up Harlem areas. And the building that I grew up in, this is real Black folks' life, right? So, our landlord for the building had got robbed. All right, so when he came to collect the rent money, some people robbed him for the rent money. All right, look at God, right? Okay, but what happened was he then stopped servicing the building. He abandoned the building. So that means they cut off the gas. So in New York, it's Con Edison. They stopped bringing gas into the building. They stopped maintaining the building. So we had a crazy infestation of like roaches, all right? And I can remember being scared to go in the kitchen late at night because if I went in the kitchen, open that fridge door and that light popped on, it would be, you couldn't even step in the damn kitchen, okay? So light and sunlight and public attention is the best disinfectant, or one of the best disinfectants. All right. So Camilla, the public attention, the media attention, the people attention is important. And then secondly, go after like stop the bag. They going for the bag. So prevent them from getting the bag. As a matter of fact, we got a call to action out right now. Right now. So if you go to the CJEC Twitter page, or if you go to our website and go to the Take Action page, one of the calls to actions, and I'm reading it damn near like verbatim right now, it says action alert. Contact the CA Ledge, the California Budget Committees, and the governor, and tell them to one, fund reparations in the state budget this year. 2, spend the money right. And 3, stop any reparations funds from going to nonprofit organizations. That means you could send contacts to the governor and to the budget committee right now, because the money got to go through the budget committee. So tell them right now, cut that bag off. Cut the bag off. That's the other way I think you really get to them. You shine the sunlight on them, and then you cut the bag off, and then what is left? So that's my answer. Again, L to the Boogie, thank you very, very much. Camilla, thank you very, very much.
I forgot to mention this one thing,
Yep.
and I would hate to miss saying it before we close the space. And again, my Twitter is messing up, so I can't put things in the jumbotron. But
no worries.
In terms of the money, that there actually has been some money that has been expense, so to speak. So we go to Ashley Zavala, just tying this in.
Oh yes, that's right. Yes.
She is a journalist.
Yes. Please talk about that. Yes.
She's a journalist, and she, recently, talked with the Department of Finance, and they, confirmed that $12 million has been earmarked for reparations related legislation that it expected to pass last year. But so far, the only reparations related expense has been $500,000 for a plaque memorializing California's apology at the state capitol. And you remember Reggie Jones Sawyer, who termed out, so he's no longer a legislator. He was on the task force with me, but he was in the COBC. He was one of the main legislators, in August 31st that was, taunting, grassroots reparationists.
Yeah, he was acting a whole fool. He was the one that was like moonwalking, sucking, jiving, dancing.
Yes, and so he's the one who authored the bill AB1315, which was the caucus's apology bill. That's supposed to be, a formal apology on behalf of the state of California for its role in slavery. And, the apology is supposed to be accompanied by a plaque to be installed in the California state capitol. There has been absolutely no, real transparency about that bill since it's passed, other than what Ashley Zavala has just reported a couple of days ago, in that $500,000, $500,000, the only money that has been spent on reparations since this task force ended in 2023 is for a plaque to be installed on the California Capitol. And again, there is no transparency in terms of, why the plaque costs so much. Where is it? Hasn't been installed. Also,
where is the plaque? Because I'll be up there almost every day. I ain't seen no plaque.
Hashtag where's the plaque? But the what I wanted to mention,
I was about to say hashtag keep the plaque. Give me the money back.
Refund that so it can actually go into something important like an agency, so it can help people immediately. A reparations fund. But what I wanted to mention though, really quickly about that is I kind of lost my train of thought. Sorry.
That's all right.
I'll
You
get into it, but
cooking?
yeah, I'll remind myself a bit later. Sorry.
No worries. You cooking with hot grease. Thank you. Let me get to the family who've been patiently waiting. I can't tell who was first on the stack. So it looked like LKC, then CC, and then CC Capone. Was that right,
Oh
Queen?
wait, sorry. I remember what I meant to say.
Go ahead, Camila.
Sorry, I just meant to say, what I mentioned, what's very problematic though about, the plaque situation and all that, and the lack of transparency, and I called this out, once the CLBC did their, where they signed the apology bill. They signed the apology bill after Newsom signed it into law, but they did not invite the public or the press to that event, which I called out and said that actually is against international law. Like, if you're going to apologize and if it's sincere, one, it needs to be public. But you guys, as the COBC and the governor, you all did not invite the public and you guys did not invite the press. And so after I made that statement, then the CLBC came out with a statement saying, we're going to do something public. Oh, don't worry. This was just a little private thing, but we're going to do something public. And they made that statement again, like in October of this past year. So, I just wanted to lay that out there. Like, just begs the question, where is this public so-called, public apology ceremony that you all said is going to happen? And where is the transparency around this 500K plaque? And it's just really embarrassing that, that's the only money that has been expensed related to this monumental effort. And it's of no fault of the organizers. It's to the fault of selfish legislators.
Sorry about that. I don't know what's going on with that screen. It's crazy. Let me stop this because I want to share Reginald Jones Sawyer making fun of the advocates on the Hill fighting for the bill to be motioned onto the floor. Hold on. Let me stop my screen. Please be sure to like, share, subscribe, turn on your notifications. Thank you in advance. We need everyone to see this, family. Why did Stephen Bradford leave the state assembly? Asked Michael Penn. Because he turned out, as did Reginald Jones Sawyer. Thank God. Carolyn says, I'd like to buy a home in California with that plaque money, or at least a down payment on a home in California. Wishful thinking. Yeah, can you believe it? $500,000 for a plaque that has never materialized. Yep, we got to really, this is the work, y'all. Let me share my screen. Oh, God, where is it at? Windows. Lord, something went down. Hold on, y'all. This is so annoying. Just a second, family. This screen has split some kind of way. Now I can't. Okay, there's that. Let me try. StreamYard is there. Hold on, guys and dolls. Okay, here we go. This is Reginald Jones Sawyer laughing at the people that came to fight for the bill to come to the floor that the CLBC blocked. That Bill Essayli, the Republican, was trying to get them. He made a motion to bring the bill, and Isaac Bryan blocked his ability to do that. Then they took the bill off altogether so that no one could make a motion for it. I hope y'all can see that. Let me check.
Yeah, you can see it. Stand by. Now, mind you, they had been there for 2 days. They weren't allowed to even enter. They weren't even allowed to enter. They had to do all of that fighting from the hallway. That's when Bill was asking them, who are you? What do you want? And they wanted that bill to come to the floor, and he talked with them about that bill. And he went in there and approached Isaac Bryan to bring the bill to the floor, and he refused. Then they removed the bill altogether. So this is what the activists, the advocates are going through. Traveled up to Sacramento from all over the state to get there, to get those reparations bills on the floor so that we can afford to stay in California. And this is what Reginald Jones Sawyer, who was a task force member who voted for race-based reparations because he knew it wouldn't go anywhere if he prevailed, along with Cheryl Grills, Lisa Holder, and the Asian man whose name won't land right now. This is what we go through out here, fighting for reparations for our people. And this is what they do, make a mockery of the Negro, whose ancestors built this country with their very lives. Let me share the next video before we finish out the X space. Stand by. It's exhausting to be made a mockery of after they've been up there for 2 days on their own dime. The next one I'm going to show you is of Maxine Waters laughing at the homeless, telling them to go home. Yeah, Don Tamaki or something like that. Yep, this is what we go through to get our people a debt that is owed. Stand by, y'all. Hold on. Here we go.
Did they move another location where they're taking F? Is there any more locations than this one?
No, it might have been just so many people out here.
1 minute. I want everybody to go home. And I want
We don't got no home. Okay. That's why we here. Miss Miss Waters, can you home? We gonna go too.
Yeah. Just a moment. Just a moment. Nothing is going to happen here today. Nothing is going to happen anymore today.
So what about all these names?
What we're gonna? Well, that's what give me.
Can you leave?
Can you leave? That's why I'm here. That's why I'm here. And so I will be downtown with Lassa. I will get the housing authority. That's why they came out here today. I made them come out here. And I'm gonna go.
And you need to know why they're failing, because Blanca Jimenez repeated, we gave her several meeting requests for you concerning this. And
Blanca Jimenez. This is what happens when y'all stay home and vote the couch.
For years.
And now there's nobody in Washington who works for their people in harder than I do.
I believe you.
I don't want to hear that.
I believe you. So can we finish though? Work with me.
No.
Work with me so we can house people. That's what
I do every day.
What you do every day? I'm still on the damn
the
street.
money that you got
She's sitting there, she doesn't pass out.
in Washington, D.C. I will continue to work. I will get information. I will know about you today.
They would never know about you.
There are never any vouchers because they're giving them to the illegal criminals and to the immigrants. That's why there's never any vouchers. Our people are the highest rates of homelessness. Thank you, Reps. Highest rates of homelessness, unemployment, and underemployment, not just in the state of California, but throughout the country. And this is why we fight. Thank you, Reps. Yeah, I'm going to get some rest. I'll be back tomorrow. I'm happy that Donald Trump made English the official language. If California does not comply with its executive orders, then it is time to continue deporting immigrants for refusing to learn English. Maxine Waters is definitely a Karen because she does not treat Black Californians with dignity and respect. Correct, Michael. She's horrible. But her district is predominantly what? Mexicans. Now that they have legislated us up out the state. Let me continue to share the video. It's almost finished, I suppose. Let me see here.
So I got a lot to say on that. I'm a save some of that because I mean, keep the plaque, give me the money back. I don't want no more plaques. I don't want no more apologies. I don't want no more studies, man. Just cut the checks. Set up the agency to do the genealogy. Queen, what was the order you said, Queen?
Sorry, it's C.C. Capone, or C. Capone, C.C. Freedman, then LKC.
All right, so C.C. Capone, we going to you. So C. Capone,
family,
C.C. Freedman, and then LK. Yo.
All right, peace to the greats, man. Brother Crystal, I've been watching your work. Sister Camilla, I've been watching your work. I'm out here in the Bay Area. And yeah, I'm pissed off, so I'm looking forward to, being boots on the ground. I got the weekends off, so if you need a soldier,
hey,
I'm down to do some work. But yeah, I'm pissed off. I've been keeping tabs on it when they came down here and did that shit in Oakland, and then did that shit and turned around and did that shit again on the in the little town hall. But I'm pissed off. So I'm ready to do some work with the family, and I'm on the plantation, so it's about to get a little loud. So I'm about to land. But love, peace, reparations, delineations, and deportations. Let's get to this check. I love y'all.
Carolyn had a question, y'all. She's asking, I vote and the people I know vote, but since we're definitely outnumbered, how can we ever win or get anywhere? Well, here in California, I don't know the percentage of our electorate that actually votes. But what I do know is that it's the mud, like the people in the hood. I mean, I got this video. I've got to find it of the hood rocking for Trump. I mean, we got to go into the trenches and get the young people who are jobless and pray that we're talking to a Negro. Like, more than likely, if they're jobless and homeless, we're talking to Negroes down here. So it's really, really tough, but we must continue to do protest votes. Like, we can't give up. During the midterms, we got to get out here in Obama-style numbers every election, because out here, Newsom made it so that you didn't have that. He made it against the law to show your voter, your driver license. They turned my license away. They wouldn't even look at it. That's to set the stage for illegals to be able to vote in our elections. And they're doing that in a lot of demon radically run states and cities. So We just have to continue to push the word out to our people that it's imperative, not just in California, but all throughout the country. If you don't want to become California, you need to get to those polls and make sure you hold the line and do a protest vote so that these immigrants can't run it. You got to do it, because once they do, you already see what we up against out here. It's no joke. I don't like the couch voting, says Bruce, but my state only gave me choices between buck dancers or hardcore bigots. Well, the bottom line is, that's what we had across the board. I mean, Trump, okay, and Joe Crow. But the lesser of two evil is always going to be the one that supports deportation and closed borders, even if they're a hardcore bigot. Our people got us caught up in a perpetual cycle of lesser of two evil voting. We can't vote the couch now that we've tethered, we've locked Negroes onto the bottom of the Titanic. We got to vote our way out of this, and we got to run for office too. I agree, Chris, and I think Camila was actually going to run for office. I don't know if she still has those type of ambitions, but yeah, I do believe Chris and Camila should run. These are the type of people that are like a Marcel Dixon. Like, these are the type of people we need running. That's really about that reparations life. But we got to support them. We got to back them. We can't just send them out there. They need money to run their campaigns, to do their mailers, to show up to town halls. That's why I'm trying to give you distinction as to who you should be supporting and who you shouldn't. I'm trying to delineate between the grifters, the white money out here, to undermine our efforts. Yeah, I'm doing my best to expose it, but I need y'all to share it, make it go viral. Stand by.
See, Paul, make sure, first of all, family, thank you. I don't, brother, we live Black people live. You know what I'm saying? Brothers working night shifts, overnight shifts, all right, graveyard shifts. Shout out to everybody working in the warehouses and the overnight shifts and packing boxes. And trust me, I've been there. All right. Shout out to everybody doing that manual labor and that real world labor. Putting food on the table for their families. See Capone. Make sure you're on our volunteer list on our website, cjecofficial.org.
Donations, brother. So yeah, I'm gonna be on the volunteer list and all that.
Appreciate that, God, and I want you to get connected to our Bay Area team. As a matter of fact, I'm gonna be back in the Bay a couple of times in the next couple of weeks. I'll be in Frisco at least twice. One on the 10th. I mean, not the 10th, but one. I know it's the 16th. I think the 20th. So I'll be in touch, family, and we'd love you to come out to both of those events, because we got yes, sir. We got a town hall in Bayview, which is one of the blackest parts of San Francisco I ever been in. I mean, like, I was out there, a few weeks back. I mean, it was like Black owned business next to Black owned business next to Black. Like, I was like, dang, y'all reminded me of like home. So shout out to the Sun Belt Art Gallery. Shout out to our sister Afatazi, the artist. Community genealogists. And shout out to all our people who are building and doing that community genealogy work. I'm gonna stop talking. CC Freeman, it's on you, family. What's up?
Hey, peace, love, and reparations. I just came up really kind of to urge the space to support you guys in your work, because what you guys have done, I don't think people are quite understanding. Not to downplay, what everybody's thinking, but you guys are making history. And for you to be able to make that political play where you pitted the Republicans against the Democrats, that's a huge thing. So Chris put forth a call to action earlier. He gave you the hashtags, and I've been looking at the purple pill, and I'm asking everybody, I'm urging you guys to support, answer his call to action. All he did, there's 300 people in this space. There's barely 20 people that answered his call to hashtag. And the reason
What? Oh, hell no.
Oh, I'm looking. And let me tell you guys, politics, they call it political science for a reason. It is a science. So the way that these legislative offices work, it's one thing for Chris and CJAC and all the players to go in there and, lobby on our behalf and have this great advocacy. But you have to go in there and say, I have an army behind me. And if you do this, there's quid pro quo. If you do this for us, all my people are going to vote for you. And so they look at numbers. They have people, not their only job, but part of their job is to look at social media and report back the numbers. Oh, we're getting a lot of hashtags about this bill. That means that your constituent wants this to happen. They look and see how many emails they got, how many phone calls they got. So I'm saying, this is like, you guys, I'm so proud of you guys. I don't even know what to say. You guys, listen, you guys have
Love to
laid,
you.
well, you've laid the brown print. You have laid the brown print. We haven't had anything this big since the civil rights movement. And I still don't think people get it. I am begging you guys right now. Chris will call it back out for you. Hashtag what he asked. Like, let's pay these people with our social media cachet, with our social media capital. They told you how hard they work. They have full-time jobs and they do this. And one last thing, somebody spoke about, people hating on people. I don't want to, be a Debbie Downer, but I do want to say this. This is a war and they're fighting little mini battles. That's what politics is. So if they don't get everything they want in this session and they have to come back another session, that doesn't mean they lost. That means they're doing an excellent job. They're still on the battlefield. I'm begging you guys right now, reward these guys. All they're asking for you to do right now is hashtag so that these numbers will get to the very people that they're sitting and negotiating with. Peace, love, and reparations. Thank you.
Oh, that was fire. Oh, that was super hot fire. Family, thank you. Word.
I couldn't hear
And
you. What'd you say,
I think
Camilla?
Camilla was saying, I think Camilla was thanking you, right? Right, Camilla?
That was me. I was trying to tell Bay, thanking
no.
Cece. I've been working with her a long time and I love her dearly.
Oh, that was Princess.
You guys too. Thank you. But thank you guys. Like my heart is, I'm so proud of you guys. Okay, bye.
Love, fam. Appreciate you and thank you for your work as well. I don't know people know how much work you've done in this work too. Thank you from days and years back. Thank you for your work too, family. And what I want, and I am gonna call out again. What I want is for the press secretary or the staffer in the office of the chair of the Rules Committee, Assemblymember Blanca Pacheco, and the press secretary or the staffer who runs the social media for the chair of the Assembly Judiciary Committee, ask Cara to wake up tomorrow, turn on Nate X and Twitter, and go to the notifications and see 100 tweets about AB 1315 at Assemblymember Pacheco at ASM Pacheco, and it's in the jumbotron right now. Shout out to the brother Earn. It's in the jumbotron right now at Assemblymember Pacheco at ASM PACHECO hashtag refer AB 1315 and at Ash _ Cara. That's at ASH _ KALRA hashtag here AB 1315. The numbers matter, okay? And as I mentioned, and I said, then we go to our family LKC, and I think that's gonna be the oh no, we got one more after that. We got my brother California Reparations, CA Reparations coming on after that. The numbers matter, and those are the two people on the two committees who we want the attention of right now, because if you want to stop AB 1315, if you want to stop this Freedmen's Affairs Agency bill for any reason, one of the easiest places and ways to do it is to stop it from even getting referred or sent to the proper committee. And then if you want to stop it after that, an easy way to do it is just to not call it up for a hearing in the committee that it's supposed to go to. So we want the chair of the committee of the Rules Committee who sends the bill, who refers to the bill, to refer that bill. So it's at Assemblymember Pacheco, at ASM Pacheco, hashtag refer AB 1315. It's at Ash_Kara, hashtag here AB 1350. And my bad, family, we got more speakers. I ain't stopping nobody. We got more speakers. We got CAA reparations, our family lineage over. I mean, families coming. Lula May's coming up. I'm excited. I mean, I don't even want to say where I'm at right now. I mean, I'm still at the office. All right. I don't want to, you know what I'm saying? Hope my family, about staff ain't listen, but I'm as we said, we got real jobs, so we really working too. All right, and we working for reparations, and I wouldn't have it no other way. Queen, who was, so I think it's LKC next, right? And then
LKC, California Reparations, and Lineage over Melanin, and that's it.
I'm in the queue. I'm in the queue.
Yeah, we got Lula May. I think Lula was before Lineage over Melanin.
I didn't even see her on stage. Okay, sorry about that.
Yep. So I think we're gonna end up with our family Lineage over Melanin, because I can't wait to hear what the family's saying. LKC, it's on you, family.
Okay, hello. Could you guys hear me?
Oh yeah.
Okay. All right. First thing, I want to thank you, Chris, and Camilla, for just spitting hot fire, with this space, and also just everyone just speaking true facts, and everyone just being here is a part of something big, because it's 9:25. Well, here, LA, but yeah, but I still was thinking about your question, Chris, when you asked earlier how would Freeman getting reparations, or the descendants getting reparations would look like, and then just listening to everyone, just based off of what this would look like, is the reasoning for such pushback, such anger, such deception, from those
That's right.
who should be political representatives and leaders for us, and so they like playing a long game, and so the thing about this is, I believe that reparations will equal freedom, stability, and control. So especially having a stronger political and social
I love that.
and so these people have a self-hate and would basically deceive their own mama to retain some sort of power. I feel that, and they will sell their dog, like a household long dog, and so we're up against so many people, we're up against the ones that we need another study people, um immigrants and descendants who just basically feel like they need to be included, um those who oppose reparation entirely. I mean, those who support equity, but silly enough don't support reparations. That doesn't make any sense to me. And then we have those who they want a race-based approach, and just many more. So and I've come to the terms that after the 60, many of us had a false sense of what freedom and repair really was. And so now is our time. And as long as we can all come together on the goal of lineage-based cash reparations and much more is in store for us, but just that, we can be much stronger. And that's just to sum it up, because there are strength in numbers, even though there's a small percentage of people who keep being in power, and they got in power that way from theft, deception, and just bamboozling a whole group of people. So they're afraid of that, especially from people who look like all of us. And with that, I thank you guys for talking. You know who this is, but
Oh yeah.
but yeah,
The one and only.
yeah, and one other thing is that everybody they have they're working real hard, especially Chris and Camilla. You guys like Carolyn, like I think I heard you earlier, and you guys are and everyone else in here, like you have your full-time jobs, but this is something that is a debt owed to all of us, and like for me, we when the opportunity came, I wanted to take all my kids, but I ended up taking my daughter. She really wanted to be there, and she has a sickness, but we just paced ourselves, and I still brought her along, because this is not only for me, it's for her and the rest of my kids and my family, my nephews and everyone. So I love you guys, and wishing everybody the best. But we can do this. All right.
Oh, that was fire, family. Shout out to you, LKC, and just for folks who don't know, when LKC was saying where is the there that she was just referring to, she's talking about the Reparations Education and Advocacy Day, which was the first, really, for what I can remember, first reparations lobby day in state history that we did here in California on January 7th of this year. So early this year, where, as I was saying earlier, we had over 100 people, and LKC was there with her daughter also. LKC, how old is your daughter?
Oh,
12? Okay, 12.
Oh, no,
12?
she's not 12. She's 22. She looked like she
20,
was like
22.
12. Sorry.
Okay, right, all right. Pardon, I thought you said 12.
Oh,
And
no.
I was asking because we had babies out there with us. I mean, there was babies running around in strollers out there. And then I think the youngest advocate who was, like of age to like do actual advocacy and talk to legislators, I think she was 15. And shout out to the sister, and I'm gonna go grab her name, because I want to give her some shine, and also her mom's too, because she was a part of one of the BSUs, and I think she was the president of one of her school BSUs, and she came up there with us for the Reparations Advocacy Day, and her school paper did a whole story on her afterwards, and I mean, it was dope to see. And again, LKC, thank you, love. I love the comments. I think we're gonna the Queen, correct me if I'm wrong, I think we're going to CA reparations, Lula May, then lineage over melanin. CA reparations.
Is Darlene? Are you on stage, Darlene? Because somebody said you were on stage. Okay.
Nah, I don't think so. And if it's the CJAC, nah, that's not Darlene.
Gotcha. Okay.
No doubt. All right, CA reparations, it's on you, family.
Hey, Chris, good hearing from you, family. I'm blessed to be in this space right now and just talk as family. We need to do this more often.
Facts.
The cancer starts at the top. When I look at the symptoms of what we're going through, I understand that there is someone behind the scenes pulling the strings. And I believe that person is Gavin Newsom. And I don't think he gets enough smoke for the things that he's doing, right? Fuck a plaque. Give us that. That's a waste of money. That's a waste of money. That is symbolism over substance. And they have gotten conditioned, specifically the Democratic Plantation Party, to continue treating us as political property. And so this is one of the first times in a long time that they're getting this type of smoke, which is a beautiful thing because it's long overdue. When I look at the actions of Gavin Newsom on how he's moving, one of the beautiful things about August 31st is in some of these videos that went viral, there was a direct promise to Kamala Harris that said, basically warning Gavin Newsom, look what's about to happen to Kamala Harris for playing this, and look, and he has a political ambition to run for president. And so I think we need to just be paying attention because he can't win without the Black vote. Now, I believe presidents are selected before that they're elected, but that's neither here or there. Focusing specifically on the reparations fight, which is, reparations over everything. That's where I want to put my energy. I understand that a lot of the people that are in this position are not going to change. They were put there with this mentality. Their ability to be in the position comes with the conditions that they will not do anything for their people without force. And we are that force. So what I realized is that we, one, have to continue to raise from the grassroots our own candidates. And they say when California falls, so does the nation. We got a lot of different people from different states watching this, from Chicago, New York got stuff going on, Nevada. A lot of different places are watching what's happening in California. And that's why it's so important that we get this right. And I believe that God's going to give this to us, but he's trying to teach us a lesson through this because a lot of our people are stuck in their ways, which leads me to the people that are stuck in their ways. We have to get the youth. They need to understand that Black history is being made right now. It's not just the historical stuff. It's the stuff that's happening right now in their faces. Whether the school is willing to teach it or not, I believe that 1,100-page report needs to be in every classroom. If it's not in every classroom, I'm bringing it to every classroom as much as my power and my ability to do that. But we have to understand that it's important that the youth are being involved. It's important that we have the youth like we did at Reed, but also in these schools to understand what's going on. They need to understand there's a school to prison pipeline. They need to understand the fight for reparations and why that's so important. And these conditions were not self-inflicted conditions. These are things that the California government has enabled to economically sabotage and terrorize us. So I say all of this to say that there is a hell of a fight ahead, but I'm blessed to be doing this work, and I'm blessed to be around my soldiers, and I'm very thankful, that God has allowed us to put us together, but we just got to be ready for war and ready to fire off at all cylinders. And that's what I have to say right now.
Love and blessings, and first of all, brother, I want to give you some shine real quick. You were talking about the youth. I call you one of the youth, all right? Because I just turned 40, a year or so ago. All right, so I mean, they say life begins at 40, right?
I'm only, I'm only 21. But I'm
come on, right? So to me, you are you want the youth, right? You know what I'm saying? And your voice is powerful. So for those of the family who and I see y'all here right now. Some of y'all, actually a lot of y'all who came into the reparations movement, what I call the 21st century reparations movement. The modern day reparations movement in the I want to say like the 2017, 2018, 2019 years. Y'all know that when we came on the battlefield, a lot of the older people who was doing reparations work was not happy with us. They was not showing us no support. As a matter of fact, they was attacking us. And so one of the things that I told myself early on is I said, I'm never, ever, ever gonna be like that. Like when I see young folks coming up in the reparations work, I'm going to support them. I'm going to invest in them. I'm going to contribute to their leadership. I remember, like how when I got started in this work, I was all over the place. I had all kind of things going on in my head because I was younger. That's what you're supposed to be like when you are younger. But what I told myself is I'm going to invest and contribute to the leadership of the younger folks coming up in this work. So, brother, to me, you are one of the youth. All right, you know what I'm saying? You were the same age as my son. I don't even know if you know that. You are the same age as my son. My son is 21, gonna be 22 this year. And so I'm proud of you. I'm proud of your voice. The future is in great hands. And I know we're gonna win. Because we got people like you in this work, your energy and also your ability to bridge and connect, because it's not as easy for me to talk to 21-year-olds and 20-year-olds and 19-year-olds and folks under that as it is for somebody like you. So thank you, and I know all the work that you are doing that people don't know about. Thank you, and y'all please do follow our family CA Reparations also. And with that, I'm gonna be quiet because we got some other amazing speakers coming up. Family, listen, we don't have to go nowhere. We could keep talking. All right. Yeah, I see my folks in the chat telling me, yo, Chris, chill. Like I said, I've been in prison all day. So I've been talking all day, but I wouldn't rather be nowhere else but here right now. And that's for everybody that's listening. No matter what your position is on, me. Our work, if you support reparations for those whose ancestors built this country, thank you. All right, thank you. No matter what flag you throw up, no matter what, I don't do the label gang banging. I don't do the organization gang banging. All right, the gang banging shit is over years in the past. But thank you. All right, thank you. And with that, I think we're going to Lula May, then Lineage O'Malley. Then I think we got one more person coming up. Lula May. Oh, I know it's on you.
Hey, everybody. Can you hear me?
Oh, yeah. Loud and clear.
Okay. I'm not going to, we don't have to say my government name. I'm not going to give my government name on tonight. And I just really want to offer some encouragement. But first, I want to uplift, especially Camila and Chris, because as they have said over and over again, they have regular full-time jobs. They have 9-to-5s that pays their bills. But what some of you may not know is the jobs that they have actually serve our community. And not everybody is out advocating for reparations and serving our community in their 9-to-5. So I want y'all to please hand clap, hundreds, hearts, whatever you got to do. Please give them a shout out because you have no idea the sacrifices that have been made and are being made. The people who are on the stage now, the people in the audience, some who are quiet and who like to be behind the scenes, and folks like me who have to stay behind the scenes. But you have no idea the sacrifices that have been made. And again, I want to give out some encouragement for those of you who are doing reparations work or trying to do reparations work. You're thinking about doing reparations work in your own jurisdiction. There's a couple of things I want you to keep in mind. This work is not easy. Chris mentioned about being called violent. I was one of those ones that was called violent, and it was to our face. It wasn't behind.
That's right.
It was, we were face to face with the person who was accusing us. Now, mind you, I have a reputation. My name carries weight. My government name carries weight. My family's name carries weight. And I have someone slandering me to my face. I got degrees and licenses, etc. People, if they see my image, some folks know who I am. Shame on you. But that is the price that I'm willing to pay because I'm trying to get somewhere and get something for our people. But also, this is what God has called me to do. So I'm okay with this. So I'm going to tell y'all, there's going to be some slander and some weight and some things some burdens that you may have to bear in this movement. I don't know if folks know, I'm not sure if I've talked about it, but in 2023, I was quoted in an article in 2023, about a week after that article was published, maybe not even a week, within a week, someone found my number on the internet and called me. And it wasn't to say, hey, I like what you did. It was because they wanted to send me a bail threat. And that is something that could happen in this movement. And as you're moving through these spaces, I just want you to be aware that it's very possible. So, you may have Twitter beef back and forth, but people will call my own cell phone that I pay every month. They called me to offer a bail threat. So I just want to, I'm not saying this to have any type of oppression Olympics, but just to prepare you. Chris and Camila gave you context for a concept a lot of you are using. That is the term freedmen. You are excited about a Freedmen's Bureau and the bills that we have in California. You using that as a guide, et cetera, et cetera. We want to reestablish a Freedmen's Bureau at the federal level. I have been advocating that for many, 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 many years. And there's some context that I want you to take away from this Twitter space, because I've been telling Black folks, I've been telling folks in my sorority, yes, I'm a member of the D9. So when we call about, we are not a monolith, Black folks. I just want y'all to know, we are not a monolith in the Black community. So I often hear the terms boule this and boule that. I'm telling you, there's folks on the D9 who are on the front lines. Stephen Bradford is one of them. He's a member of the D9, right? So I've been telling my sorors, hey, we cannot rely on Black Democrats to get our issues. It's policy over party. So when you are in your jurisdiction and you may have Republican majorities, you need to speak to them at their level. And one of the things they can understand is the Bureau of Indian Affairs. The reason I bring that up is, again, context of a concept. When I said we should reestablish a Freedmen's Bureau, I imagine what that would look like. We don't really have information about necessarily how the Freedmen's Bureau was run. We have historical documents, we have the HBCUs, but what would that have looked like had it continued, had it been able to be financed, et cetera? And for me, that was the Bureau of Indian Affairs. And that is something a Republican can understand. And I would encourage you, if you don't know what the Bureau of Indian Affairs is, please do your due diligence on the Bureau of Indian Affairs. There were a lot of questions about the Freedmen's Agency and the what is not in the bill. But if you're talking about, again, a BIA, that agency was built out from the ground up. They did not have all the departments and divisions that they have now. They did not have initially direct cash payments. We have to do things decent and in order. And Chris already mentioned, we must register. We must find out who's eligible, because I'm telling you, based on what happened during COVID, all of that fraud that happened, people were claiming PPP loans and unemployment that did not belong to them. We are ripe for fraud for people who want to do anything. They would rather see this as a money grab. They don't see this as a debt owed. So we have to lay the foundation. And again, we have to do things decent and in order. And again, I would encourage you, yes, look to what California is doing. Yes, you're excited about it, but you got to have the context. And if you have tribal agencies, or if you have tribes that are recognized in your state, in your jurisdiction, I would encourage you to see, how does that tribe act with our local governments? And that is a very good guide. And when you talk to your senators, when you talk to your representatives, use that as a talking point and as a tool. Hey, I know you know about this tribal agency or about what the tribes, this is what we are trying to do with the Freedmen's Bureau in our local jurisdiction, our state, et cetera. And I know you all are advocating for commissions and studies, et cetera, at the state level. At this time, we are trying to establish legitimacy and legality with our claim as freedmen. And I know some folks are talking about a quote unquote status. That is what we are trying to establish. And one way to get around trying to get a commission through, or an agency through a state, your state legislature, is you can request or demand a commission or a committee at your local level. They have, you could tell your local politician, hey, you guys have an Office of Immigrant Affairs, you have an Office of New Americans. Why don't you give us one too? Give us Office of Freedmen Affairs or Freedmen's Affairs Commission, et cetera, out of your city, local, or county level. Those little things all move the needle to establish legitimacy, to establish us and give us legal status. We need to be doing these things on a regular basis. And again, finally, I want to say again, Black folks are not all a monolith. I know we have some, I don't want to call them divisions, but difference of opinions in our community. And I would really encourage you to set aside a lot of those differences. We have more in common with people inside our community, outside our community than you think. And I'll leave y'all with this. August 31st, when we were at the Capitol, I saw Bill Essayli. Now, mind you, I've been in his DMs. I mean, not his DMs. I've been on his Instagram post. I've been pressing him hard, okay? I saw that he was against reparations and he was, you know, this was 2 years ago, but I recognized him and I said, let me talk to you. As a human being, I said, we don't agree on everything, but we can agree on something. You do not need a PhD. You don't need to be a rocket science to advocate for reparations and advocate for our people. You have more in common with the person sitting next to you on public transportation, that you shopping at the grocery store, than you think. There's something that you can find commonality with them about, even if you come from a different political party. And I would encourage you to be bold, be courageous. This is a dead oath. This is for our ancestors. And it's cool to be on Twitter. It's cool to be on social media. I do a lot of emailing to offices, but get in these people's face, not confrontational. Set up meetings with them. Make phone calls with your locally elected officials, because you never know. I'll tell you this too. I emailed Bill Essayli's office multiple times in the fall. They did not respond to me, but not only did they get the same email, I sent the same email to the Biden administration. I sent it to the governor's office. I have not strayed or varied on what I have said to them as far as what this policy looks like for us to have a Freedmen's Bureau. And I would encourage you in that. Stand on your square, keep your foot on their necks, and don't forget what we're doing this for. This is for us. It is a debt owed. And y'all have a good night.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Now, you know you can't hide that voice. All right. So you can hide the name, but you can't hide that voice. All right. And big love to you, Lula May. Appreciate you. I wanna show you love. Thank you. You are powerful, among the most powerful advocates in this work. So thank you. You know, you said something real quick, and I just want to touch on one thing, and then we're gonna get to the rest of the stack, because we got some family pulling up. It's a bar that I heard, I want to say, years ago. It said, when the hate don't work, they start telling lies. Excuse me. When the hate don't work, they start telling lies. And so that's what's been going on. And listen, like I said, we know politics is a combat sport. It's combat. So we don't want no sympathy. We don't want nobody crying. This is part of what it is. And for the folks and family who are doing reparations work right now, for the folks and family who are thinking about doing it or going to do it later, or folks who are supporting those who are doing it offline, online, you need to know that this is a combat sport. It's a fight. That means you punch and then you get punched on. That's what anybody here who been in a fight know, that you throw your hands up, the other person throw their hands up, and y'all start swinging, you're gonna get punched unless you knock them out first. You are gonna get punched. At least you're gonna get swung on. That's what a fight is. So don't be on no like, well, why they do this? Then why they do? It's because it's a fight. It's because the stakes are high. We fighting to do something that's never been done before, or that ain't been done since our ancestors just came out the enslavement period. This is about power as much as it's about anything else. As much as it's about anything else, it's about power. So, absolutely right. I think Boykin said it earlier. They're not going to give you no power. You got to take it. You have to take it. No power is ever given you, and especially for this kind of thing, you have to take it, and you have to be. I heard another bar. It's gonna take a wolf to kill the other wolf. You have to be as wolf-like in the politics as they are. That's just it. That's it.
Wait, can I say one more thing? I'm sorry. I wanted to address a lot of folks always talk about filing lawsuits when we talk about reparations. Y'all, it's been done. There have been multiple lawsuits filed over a 200-year period. It's too much to tell here. There's multiple books written about it. Cali House, the case for Black reparations. It's been done. But I talked with Chris about this the other night. There may be a way to get in a legitimate case to sue in the state of California. At least I'm working on something, right? So a lot of resources. This is a marathon. It's not a sprint. It's a marathon. And so there are a lot of resources out there about what has been done historically. I really encourage you to look up the books that have been written about the history of the reparations movement, because it didn't just start in the 90s, 80s, the 70s, the 90s. It started in the late 1800s. And there are a series of books that you can look at written from about the late 1800s up into present day that would give you the full picture of where from a legal perspective of what it has looked like in the courts for reparations. That's it.
Thank you. I said it to somebody the other day. Take all roads. Take all roads. So do everything. Take all roads, and the road we on, as folks can see, is the make the government pass laws and put money in the budget to pay us our checks roads and to create state institutions. Now, real quick, I just want to give a couple quick shout outs because I'm seeing some of our influencer family pull up. First, I want to give a shout out to our sister, NYCT girl. I see you, family. Appreciate you for and I hope I'm saying your name right, sis. Thank you for all the support, all the influencer support that you've been putting on this work. I want to give a shout out to the good brother Dewan B. I see you, family. I'm a follower. I'm a fan. Thank you for the work that you are doing, family. Appreciate you. And then also, lasting quickly. So in the bill that we start talking about today, which is AB 1315. By the way, we ain't even talk about too much the other two bills that we got on our eyesights on, which is that study research bill. We ain't doing no more studies. We don't need no more studies. Why do we have another research study bill? SB 437, and then the Descendant Bureau bill, which our bill is better than. And that's Descendant Bureau bill is SB 518. We ain't even touch too much on that. But I want to just highlight one thing quickly. In the language of our bill AB 1315, I want y'all to go take a look at the bill. It's on our website, cjec-official.org. It's on the bills page. It's on our Twitter also. It's on our IG too. Go look at the bill and go look for the definition that we use for American freedmen. Go look at that. And I want to just just highlight something for y'all and just give a quick shout out here. Because that language that we use, that definition that we use of American freedom, as you can see, is very detailed, right? It's very thorough. And that language was gifted to us, presented to us, given to us by the good families at the United Sons and Daughters of Freedmen. And shout out to the brother Naheem. I see the brother Naheem in the chat right now. Shout out to the United Sons and Daughters of Freedmen. That language that's in that bill. And I just want to be just put people up there and talk about the work that they're doing. That language, that definition comes from the United Sons and Daughters of Freedmen. That language it's very detailed. It's probably the best language I've seen targeting our people in any piece of legislation since I got into the work. I mean, just read that definition when you get a chance. So I just want to lift that up. And with that, I'm gonna be quiet. I think we got Lineage over Melanin. Then we got 3 more speakers after that. And then if nobody else want to come up, we're gonna wrap it up. Lineage, it's on you, family.
What's good, bro? Can you hear me okay?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Man, you already know what time it is over here in Brooklyn, so I'm glad y'all finally got to me.
BK all day, you heard?
Nah, man. So, listen, I often call you the James Brown of the movement. I'm gonna have to come up with a new name because as much as I know about you, and we, in all of our talks, I didn't even know you had a son, B. Like I didn't. So, like to know that that you doing this work, and you got like that's just wild to me because it's been iterated in this space, like we everyday Black Americans, like most of us, if not all of us, were not born and bred for this work, right? Like we came, we saw that a problem was on the horizon, we saw a need that needed to be met, and then we just stepped up as well as juggled the everyday responsibilities of our everyday lives. And so, like, to know that you and everybody else in Cali, but everybody else in this fight, in this work, is doing just that. That just, it warms my heart to see what can be done and what our people have always done when the moment calls and we arise to it. So I just wanted to make sure I said that, and kind of just, there's so much that's been said. It's late though, and in that same vein, I got to get my Black ass up in the morning for work, so I can't be out here all night with y'all because y'all got that 3-hour buffer, right?
It's 1 a.m. for you over there, King.
Word, but it was worth it, right? So I really want to just point out how important it is for everybody to follow this call to action. It's a simple ask, retweet it out, even if you're not all the way on board. Even if you don't like the delineating term,
do it anyway.
Even if you can't find Freeman on your paperworks, whatever excuse you will come up with to not do the work and not join in, put that shit to the side and join in, because this is a moment that we cannot miss because of how important it would be to have a hearing on a bill such as this and to have it debated versus the other bill. Like, this is to have our people showcased in one of the biggest states, one of the most influential states in the country. Like, I don't want you to miss this moment for some petty difference. Like the people say, when you don't want to do something, any excuse will do. Don't let that be the reason why you don't join in, because let me tell you how important the people power is. Here in New York, not to center myself or the work that we're doing in here, but this is the firsthand experience that I have. Here in New York, we thought we were one of the only organizations to ever do a reparations workshop in the state of New York, right? Since these bills in New York have been moving through the legislative body. What we're finding out is, now, it hasn't been confirmed yet because we're still going back and back and back, but so far, not only are we one of the only organizations to do a workshop of reparations in recent history, we're looking like we're the only organization ever in the state of New York to do a reparations workshop at a caucus weekend that has historically been for Black folks before they added Black, Puerto Rican, Hispanic, and Asians to the caucus. So I want that to sink in, not to impress you, but to impress upon you that we are making history every day in this movement with this Black American Renaissance. Like, I want that to sink in, because then maybe you'll understand how profound each step that we're taking is making. And so, because of that reparations workshop, we were able to present A07828B, which is, to what Chris was saying tonight and reiterating in this space, an improvement, not because we are better or we were smarter here in New York, but we got a chance to see what they did in California and other jurisdictions, take the best of what they did and leave the work. Right? I seen them. Can I be heard?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Go ahead, bro.
Yeah. So we were able to see what they did. In hindsight, being 2020, take what they did, use their best practices, and also use them, because multiple people on this line that's doing work in California came into the New York space and lended their expertise, lended their sweat equity to get it right in New York. And because of a lack of people power, what they were able to do was they were able to take all that we taught them, All that we gave them, from the likes of Camilla Moore, from the likes of Shirley Weber, Jovan Scott Lewis, like all the people that were instrumental in what took place in California came and was able to talk directly to New York State legislators. And the Speaker of the Assembly, Carl Hastie, who is still the Speaker, and the leader of the New York State Senate, Andrea Stewart Cousins, they got together, colluded, if you will, and kept our bill from getting a number so it could not be brought to the floor to have discussions and be voted on and compared to the piece of trash that they wound up passing anyway. So now we are making that known and bringing that truth to power so that we hold them accountable to that decision. But that's what happens when you don't have enough people to put pressure on them to make them bring it. And so we're in this moment in time in California where we can make them bring it, we can hold them accountable with the people power, because that's the only thing that they fear, since we don't have the money power, so to speak, as these other dark interests and other groups that move in the way that they move to get their interests heard and get their interests met. And so this is the moment that we're in with that. So I want to make sure that I kind of drill down on that, because it's going to take all of us to get this done, because all of us benefit from this, whether we in California or not, whether we're doing any work in our jurisdictions or not. If you're in this space, there's some level of interest. Even if you got hate in your blood and hate in your heart, that's enough interest too. Hate, tweet it out. I mean, I don't really care what the intentions are, because that's what they're trying to say about Bill Essayli right now. When this first happened, when I first saw it on Twitter, when it first broke, and this is just how blessed I am, I immediately called Chris. And Chris picked up the phone. And I had to curse Chris out. And call him a dirty mother and everything else. That's how we talk in New York when we talking about something that's good. Because I couldn't believe the chess move that they just played, the power move that they played out there in California on that CLBC, for the way that they disrespected us and our ancestors and blocked their own bills so they couldn't go through. And so that's a power move. And so when I saw Bill get up online and talking about, yeah, I'm not for cash payments. You know what, Bill? Do what you gotta do, Bill, to settle this bill. Like, do it. You could call me all types of whatever you want to call me. Because a long time ago, my mother told me, it ain't what they call you, it's what you answer to. So you could say whatever you got to say to sell this bill, because I don't give a damn if you say I will never support reparations, direct cash payments, or any of that. If the bill you implement is foundational to us getting those direct cash payments, when they start getting sent out, you can hate it all day and all night long. And you can tell your base you hate it and can't stand it all night long. Because guess what's going to happen? The checks are still going to go out and the checks are still going to cash. So we got to get out of this space where we think we need these politicians to like us or love us or like what we want them to do or love what we want them to do. Hate it or love it. The guard's on top. You see what I'm saying? Like, that's what we gotta be. Like, it don't matter if they like it or hate it. It don't really matter. We're not looking for friends. We're looking for permanent interests. And as long as we can align there, then we got something cooking. And so we got to get out of this space. And once you really realize, and I'll land here, once you really realize that neither side really likes your black ass, then you're going to start moving in the space very, very differently. When you understand that they don't really like you at all anyway. And another thing my mother told me And my dad told me that I land here, like I said, I'd rather go into battle with an enemy that I know doesn't have my back than a friend that I thought had my back and tucks tails and run when I thought he was going to have my back the most. At least if I'm in battle with an enemy, I already know I got to watch my back, front, side, and center. But if I think I got somebody in the back, that's a blind side and that can take me out the game. I land there.
Yo, bro, your family business is, so I mean, a lot of y'all know I'm from the East Coast. Originally, I'm from Brooklyn. I'm born in Manhattan, raised in Manhattan, Brooklyn. Bro, I miss Brooklyn, bro. Hearing that, bro. Love California, bro. But you just took me back to Brownsville, back to the Star. Family business.
We got 33 more minutes, y'all. Then I'm gonna pray us out.
You, and it's 1 a.m. over there, 1:10 and 1:09 in the morning over there. Thank you, family. Thank you. I'm not even gonna try to add on to what you said. I'm gonna just go to the next callers and the next folks who up here. This one thing though is I just want to give one quick shout out to our brother Tony Harvey with California Black Media, who's in the building right now. Tony been listening the whole time. Tony was the brother who was at the California Legislative Black Caucus press conference and him and Ashley were the only ones who got questions in. And so it's Tony's voice that you hear with those last 3 questions, the 3 out of the 4 questions that got asked. So shout out to the brother Tony Harvey, publicity agents, his handle on X. Shout out to the brother Tony Harvey. Queen, I'm gonna ask you who is next, Queen?
Let's see. I believe it's let's see, Tyrone, Reggie Romaine, Red Rock, and then Fly G.
Tyrone, it's on you, family.
Peace. Hey, peace, man. You know, I'm from New York too, so I'm from Jamaica, Queens, or whatever. Yeah, it's lit, man. It's lit. So, I just got a question though. When are we supposed to be getting these reparations? Like around what time type shit?
So I appreciate that question, family, because that's the right question to be asking. So right now, we are fighting to get cash payments, checks out to our seniors who are descendants first in the budget this year. So this year we are working to get cash payments, checks to our seniors in the budget this year. So let's say the cash payments go in the budget this year, then when there's a way to show who's eligible, checks will start getting cut right after that. But checks will be eligible to go out on the first of the next year, because when you pass a bill this year, it starts to take effect or starts to happen on the first of the year, January 1st of the next year. So we fighting to get checks in the budget this year for our seniors who are freedmen first. And then we're gonna work to get it to the rest of the family after that. But we working for it right now.
Okay, cool. I got another.
Part of y'all's call to action is to tweet what you see I've shared on the screen. That's part of your call to action. Tweet it every day. We need all hands on deck nationwide. Thank you in advance.
Another question. So like, what how do I know that I'm a freedman? Like, what website I gotta go on? Like,
so I would say a couple of things. One, the way that I did my own genealogy, I'm gonna just give you my own like example. The first thing I did was I started to, and if you blessed enough to have these people in your life, ask your moms, your pops, if you got your pops, your elders, start with talking to your actual family members and ask them questions about who is their father, who is their mother, what is the names of the elders in their life, because you're gonna need that information for step number 2. All right. So when I talk to genealogists, the first thing they tell me is start with the people that you know in your life and the people that you have in your family. ask them questions about who is their father, who is their mother, what is their names, where was they born, when was they born. That's the first step that genealogists tell me. The second thing that genealogists tell me is that there's a lot of if you don't want to pay for it, there's a lot of free or low cost resources that folks can use to find out if their ancestors, which they got names for now, was enslaved and emancipated in this country. So in my example specifically, after I did step one, after I asked my moms, yo, what was your mom's name? What was her mom's name? When was they born? Where was they born? Then after that, I went on the census website and I tried to find some people on the census website, but the census website sent me to a website called familysearch.org. And it was through familysearch.org that I was able to put in the names of the people that I heard about from my moms. And then I was able to work backwards from there to find ancestors that was most likely enslaved. So that was the steps that I did. But as we've been talking about, what we working to create here in California specifically, and I know folks in family in
Funny Face, you should tweet what's flashing on the screen right now. You should tweet that in the X space. You know, these are to the people to let them know they need to hear it and refer it. Refer it to the Judiciary Committee, and once it gets in the hands of AB 1315, once it gets in the hands of the Judiciary Committee, we want them to hear it. So there's a process that I've outlined. It's flashing on the screen that you need to follow and tweet those particular at Pacheco, at Assembly Pacheco, ASM Pacheco, and I can't see the other one. It's too small right now. But you should be able to see it flashed on the screen. And you need to tweet them every day. And it's just two simple hashtags. Refer it, Assembly Pacheco to refer, AB 1315. And for the other person, Kalar or something like that, to hear it. Because Chris was saying that one of the ways they stop your bill is to let it die in the crib. So that Pacheco person, we need them to refer it out. Don't let it die in the crib. And then the next person is supposed to hear it. And so we're trying to get AB 1315, that Republican Bill Essayli is quarterbacking us since the CLBC, the California Legislative Black Caucus, has betrayed us. Let me go back to this. We got 28 minutes.
In New York is doing the same things. We are working to create a state agency which will have inside of it an office of genealogy who will do that work for you and with you also. So that agency and that office would have an office of genealogy that will provide free genealogy services to folks like yourself. Ours here in California will be specifically for us here in California. But I know the folks in family working on New York in the same thing. That's if you don't want to pay for no genealogists, because there's all kind of genealogists. There's some in the room right now, and there's other folks out there who will help you trace your ancestry and to demonstrate that you are a descendant of someone who was enslaved and emancipated in this country. That's how I did it. That's what we're working to make happen for other people. There's multiple ways to do it. It's not difficult as people make it sound. For some folks, it's going to be harder than others, but it's definitely doable for most of us. And no matter what, I encourage you to start the process now. You don't have to wait until we do the agency bills and the Freedmen's Agency. You don't have to wait. That's good for you anyway now. Hope that answered your question, family.
Yeah, it did. So basically, I got to find out my grandparents' name or my great-grandparents' name and then go on Family Search, because I basically know them, or, not know them, but you know what I'm saying? Know of them and stuff.
So I would start with those, because that's what I started with. Now, I'm not a genealogist, so I'm giving you how I did it personally. That's how I did it personally. But that process worked for me. Once I have my grandmother's name and where she was born at and what year, then I was able to use the freefamilysearch.org to then work backwards. Because once I put her name in there, then it showed me who her mother was. Then I clicked on that button. Then it showed me who her mother was. Then I clicked on that button. Then it showed me who her mother was and who her father was.
That's crazy.
Right. So now again, but that's how I did it though. It's other ways to do it. And then again, of course, there's people who you could pay to do it. And of course, what we try to do is get that free through an Office of Genealogy here in California and of course elsewhere too.
Whoa, yo, bro. Well, keep up the great work, Eric. You know, I appreciate this. I appreciate these conversations. Yeah, I just wanted to see, you know, the time frame, how I should be ready. So I'm gonna just go ahead and go about doing that right now. I think my mom is probably still awake, you know, so she could give me some more information if I need it.
Do it now. Do it now. And one thing real quick before we get to the next family. So one thing that I said this publicly before, but this is a process that's going to, y'all know how we live and what we come from as Black folks, specifically Black Americans in this country, where a lot of our family histories was broken. So y'all know that, like, let me just speak for personal. In my own journey to do my ancestry, do my genealogy, a couple of things came up for me. One, I didn't grow up, like, I never met, well, I was told I met my pops one time. I was told that by my mom that I met my pops when I was 4 years old. So as a, coming up, I never asked my mom about my pops at all. Never asked her. I just never even talked about it. But when I started doing this reparations work, I started having to do genealogy. So I was forced to ask some questions. Moms, can you tell me more about my father? Can you tell me more about, who his mother was and where we come from and who is your great grandmother, etc. And that brought up a lot of family things that was not being talked about. Some things was hidden in my family that was never talked about before. And those things, I just want to prepare you. Those things can come up. So now, me and my mom's got way closer after that. But one thing my mom told me that she never told me was, and I'm sharing this publicly because I believe in being public and transparent on this. So I thought my father never wanted me in his life because I said, then like pops, like I met you one time, I'm told, and then I never saw you again. After asking my mom these questions, and just only because of reparations work, my mom said, Chris, you know what? I'm gonna tell you something. Your father actually came back to New York from California to get custody of you when you were 7 years old. But I fought him, and I didn't want him to take you. And I had to stop for us. I said, wait a minute, hold on. I'm 40 years old. You mean my father really wanted me? You mean my father wanted me in his life? And you telling me this, 35, 32 years later? That changed my whole energy. So I'm just preparing you because, a lot of us got things like that in our family. A lot of us got people on the birth certificate who ain't really their fathers or their mothers, or somebody got an extra brother and sister that they never heard about that nobody want to lift up, but that might come up. So I just want
real quick, family, if you've got Negro or colored on your birth certificate, you more than likely descend from the emancipated. Mulatto might be from the free Black folks that were here. So we've got free and we've got freed. Of course, the freed descend from the emancipated. The free, not so much. I don't know how their reparations is going to pan out. I know that we are fighting to band together. According to the 1870 census, those of us who were here during the 1870 census and prior to that is a combination of free and freed Negroes. We all were Negroes once the freed Black people were free. Once we were emancipated, they lumped the free and the freed together under the Negro umbrella. Okay? There's about 22 million Negroes in this country. Negroes on my birth certificate. It's on my parents' birth certificate. And I know for a fact that we were emancipated after doing slavery in Tennessee and Kentucky. And that's when we relocated to Ohio once we were emancipated. So, you know, it'll still require a little work because we were all considered Negro after we were emancipated. I'm not sure. I know that colored is probably more the silent gen, and the boomers may have colored. So you may have to go to your grandparents, your parents, depending on how old they were when they had you. But yeah, I don't think Negro is on my daughter's birth certificate. I think it's African American on that. So this is the problem with flat blackness and why we're working to delineate. So this, I put it in the chat, but it's familysearch.org. It looks like a Mormon site. It's based out of Utah. And they're asking for your first name, your grandparent, enter your ancestor information. Not sure who to search for. Try a grandparent or a great-grandparent. So you're going to need your great-grandparents or your grandparents' first name, their last name. Where did they live and what's their year of birth? Let's continue. We got 22 minutes.
I want to prepare you psychologically, because that's something that I was not prepared for. And I mean, I was talking about it to the brothers in the prison today, because it's still something that's on my mind. So I will start with your family, but just be prepared that some things might come up, and keep going anyway.
Yo, that's tough. Yeah, that's tough. Yeah, man. I already yeah, I had a situation like that too, so I get what you're saying for sure. Yeah, it's just that's just how it is sometimes. I'm glad we here, you know, we matured out here making money, you know, and using gratitude. You know what I'm saying? That's what helps get us through the forgiveness and the gratitude for what we do have. Because I know it's tough, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, man, people do things for different reasons, and you get older and it starts to unravel and reveal itself, and you know, it's a part of life. So yo, I appreciate this, man. I understand. And yeah, I'm actually about to do that right now. So I appreciate you. Keep up the great work. Peace out to the FBA family. You know what I'm talking about? Indigenous brothers and sisters, you heard?
Love, family, peace, blessings. Appreciate you. Queen, tell me who's next in the stack. I want to say is Res Rock or Res Romaine, one of the two.
Res Romaine, then Res Rock.
Res Romaine, then Res Rock, then we're going to Fly G, then we got one more.
Hey, Double R in the core. What's up, Black
Double R.
Family? Reparations Marathon continues. CJEC in the high in the house. Hey, Tyrone, hey, man, check this out, man. I'm glad I was on here to listen at you, but check this out. I got a genealogist in California. I found out he was my cousin by giving me a test at one of these reparations task force meetings. But, bro, take my email down. Email me your email, and I'm going to get you in, and we can get you a free test, brother, to find out who in the fuck you is and who in the fuck is your peoples, bro. I'm telling you, man, it's going to be so powerful. My name is Reggie Romaine. Go. REGIROMAIN 1619 at Gmail. Give me your email, and then I'm going to get you in. We do a genealogist twice a month, the first and third Sunday of every month. And we're going to get somebody to donate you a test. If not, 23andMe and all that, all the free ones you can do. And we're going to let you know who in the hell you is and who your people is. But check this out, CJ. Man, I'm loving this conversation. But look, Double R's in the motherfucking car. But check this out. Hey, like he was saying about these bills here. Y'all got to understand that CJEC ain't no party like a CJEC party, because a CJEC party don't stop. Check this out. We up 24/7, 365, working on these bills, working on these damn betrayers, the damn COBC, these house Negroes. They got to go. Y'all got to understand, we got a lot of people that's, I can see in this chat right here, about 5 of them is ready to run for office. We trying to primary them in 2026. Y'all got to understand, we telling the truth about what they did to us. They stabbed us. They continually stabbing us. But however, the knife broke, and check this out, we woke. And we gonna keep stomping. We gonna go all the way to this end of this August 31st. We gonna get these bills passed, and I yield black power every second of the motherfucking hour. Gone.
Peace,
Double
God.
R.
Yo, I just need to know his name so I could DM him right now. So
That's Reggie that's Reggie Romaine. If you could look at the board, that's Reggie Romaine with the double R, Reggie Romaine. No doubt. And shout out to the brother double R in the car, double R everywhere. Brother Rez, you already know. Shout out to you already know. All right. What's understood don't need to be said. Family, love as always. Man, we are blessed, family. We are blessed people. Like that's just 100%, and that's for everybody here listening right now, and everybody who gonna listen. No matter what you on, we are a blessed people, whether you like it or not. All right. Peace and love, brother Reg Romay, double R, superstar. All right, come on. Reg Rock, it's on you, fam.
Hey, how you doing, family?
Peace.
I had one of my questions got answered. I did a little searching. I just wanted to first I wanted to thank Camilla and thank Chris, thank CJ for all your hard work. Been watching from the background. I'm new to this, so I'm still soaking up game. Naheem in the house, he's been giving me a lot of game too. But I do want to. My question was, did you have a way for recurring payments? Because based on experience from supporting my brother Marcel when he was running, $10 a month, $20 a month. If you put it on recurring, you don't even miss that. Matter of fact, I had to cut it off after he quit running because I forgot. That's how much you don't miss it. So whatever organization you want to support, I'm just encouraging people to do that, even if it's only $10 a month. Because look at everybody in the room. Each one gave $10 a month. You're not going to miss that. People spend that on cigarettes. So that's one of the things I wanted to encourage. And again, thank you for all the hard work you do. And like I said, I don't have a lot of questions at this point because I'm soaking up game. And definitely it's been a good look. Oh yeah, and also encourage, just like the brothers are saying, go ahead and look up your lineage. My mom is a baby boomer Democrat who kind of talks shit about this whole reparations shit. And she just happened to come home one day and pop up with this lineage. Oh, I was in the library. I'm like, Ma, you just don't go to the library and come across shit like this by accident.
I don't know why it's buffering.
So obviously she's been listening. So and if she did it with no type of research into this, it's got to be pretty easy to do, easier than what we think for most people. So good night, everybody. I'm up because I just happen to be in California now. I do live in Atlanta right now. Grew up in New York. I'm in Cali working right now. So peace to everybody and have a good evening. Thank you for letting me speak for a moment.
Love you, fam. Appreciate you. I want to answer your piece right there, and then I'm going back to the call to action because we watching the comments. So everybody that came up has done the call to action. So right now you can retweet what's in the jumbotron from Earn. That will also from our brother Chad Boogie, from our brother Not Your Negro. You could retweet those for the call to action. Let me come back to that in a second. But to the brother Rez Rock's question, so I give a regular donation to CJEC every single month. It's on a recurring basis. Every single month, it's $20 every single month. And I am a volunteer, just like every single other person who is a part of the coalition and who is a part of the groups that make up the coalition. So if I could do it, you could do it. So please do it. And you could do that on our website. If you go to cjec-official.org and hit that donate button, that will take you to it. Like I said, we have a fiscal sponsor. and our fiscal sponsors, the California Black Women's Health Project. They've been dope. When you send a donation to us, it goes to them and straight to us. They don't take no cut of the money at all. All right. They are looking out because they like the work that we're doing. And so I want to give them love too. But yes, you can make a recurring donation. I think you should hit that button at the bottom of the page and say, make this a recurring donation. And again, I give a $20 donation every single month myself. Plus, we also put, as I said, we put our own gas money in the car to go to the event. We are putting our own money up for the venues. We are buying food for people at the venues with our own bread. My team know I paid for some flyers 20 minutes before this space happened. Literally, I have my debit card out in front of me, and then I hit the go live on the space button. All right. So and that's part of what I think is required of us and of me in particular, talking about myself here. So like, I'm not asking for nobody to look differently on that. That is. But just wanted to answer the brother's question, and then back to the call to action again for our bill, AB 1315. There's two hurdles that we want to jump over right now for the next steps for the bill. One is we want to make sure that our bill gets referred or sent out of the Rules Committee and into the Assembly Judiciary Committee. Okay. If you wanted to stop our bill, that's one of the easiest places to do it. You just tell the chair, listen, I don't want this bill to move forward. So hold the bill in the Rules Committee. Don't even refer it out. Don't even put it on the first step. Stop it right now. Okay? Make it dead on arrival. That's how you make it dead on arrival. You stop it from leaving the Rules Committee. Okay? So tell the chair of the Rules Committee to refer AB 1315. And it's in the chat right now. Pardon me, it's in the comments. It's in the Jumbotron. You want to tweet Assemblymember Blanca Pacheco. That's @ASM Pacheco, Pacheco. She's the chair of the Rules Committee in the Assembly, and hashtag her refer AB 1315. And then if I wanted to stop this bill and it somehow got out of the Rules Committee and I wasn't able to make it dead on arrival, then what I would do is tell the chair of the next committee, don't even hold no hearings for it. I don't care if they get mad. Just don't hold no hearings for it. All right. And so what we want is for the chair of the next committee, the Assembly Judiciary Committee, to hold a hearing on the bill. So we telling folks right now to tweet Ash Kalra, that @ASH_Kalra, KALRA, and hashtag here, HEAR, I messed that up earlier, HEAR, AB 1315. Hashtag here, AB 1315. All right. That's the price for talking in the space. All right. And with that, Fly G, it's on you.
What's up, family? What's up, host, co-host?
Peace.
I don't mean
I'm here
to
to
interrupt, but you got to
go
pay
ahead.
to talk in the space.
Yes, sir. The price is to take that call to action. Make that comment in the chat or in the comments or in the Jumbotron. And if you're asking, that means you may not have paid the price. So we're going to ask you to pay that price before we ask you to speak, brother. All you got to do is make those tweets. All you got to do is take action. So all you got to do is speak with your actions. That's all the price is. And with that, Fly G, I'm coming back to you.
All right, right back at you. Much love to y'all. One love, like E40, his favorite slogan.
Come on.
I want to give you guys recommendation. Hopefully you take it into consideration as far as becoming a citizen or should I say a member of the Freedmen Bureaus of Affairs. I would recommend looking at like the BIA or the 5 civilized tribes, their model as far as establishing citizenship. I'm a Cherokee freedman, and I've been a citizen since we won that case. that happened like about a decade ago, you know, where they booted a lot of black people out of the tribe, and then we end up winning the case. So, with that being said, I think that we should follow their model as far as the process of becoming like a freedman American, and that would require like um, certified birth certificates. That way, there's nobody doing any kind of like fraudulent activities, like, you know, making a fake birth certificates and death certificates, because you know that stuff happened, and I'm sure that happened during the Dawes Road census, and you know that's why we got those $5 Indians. But that's a whole nother story. Um, so I also wanted to say that a tree cannot survive without roots. So I express this to the family. Please, please dig into your roots, find out who you are, where you come from. You're gonna come across something, you know, on familysearch.org, ancestry.com, find a genealogist, pull up many documents, census, you know, you got World War II documents that actually have like the names of that person that was in the war, and it'll show their families. So then you can connect those documents with other documents and kind of link those documents together and build on your tree. That's a good way to get started. It's like connecting the puzzles. You know, it's like a big old puzzle when you're building on your tree on those platforms. But definitely, definitely, um, get you know, get on board and get those certified documents, and those are given from the capital. So like in California, it would be the capital of Sacramento. You would have to go onto Vital Records and you know, look up those birth certificates and death certificates. Like I think I could go back to my great grandmother and I could find her death certificate. And then from there, if I want to go to the 1800s, then you know that's when you get on to those genealogy sites and look for those records. Try to find, you know, their spouses and then their parents, and like I said, it's a puzzle, and it's an easy one, man. You just got to take your time, you know, do a YouTube video, and you'll learn. It's just like learning how to play a video game, you know. But I'm gonna land on that.
Appreciate you, brother. Thank you. Yo, one thing, well, first of all, brother Flaji, appreciate
Yeah,
that. I like
absolutely.
what you said too, especially at the end here, because you know, as I, you know, we now talking about how you show that you are somebody whose ancestors were enslaved and emancipated in this country, and that is really the point, or a big part of the point of the bill here in California, AB 1315. I mean, that's one of the main functions of this new office of American Freedmen Genealogy that will be created inside of the American Freedmen Affairs Agency of California, the California American Freedmen Affairs Agency. That is, it's important, just for what you said.
Yeah.
It's important, obviously, for what we said to Brother Tyrone earlier about, you know, all the things that come up with your family. But this is, as I said to start at the top, this is also a part of how we get all the other things next. There's so we said this on the CJEC, I think, Twitter page yesterday. I think it was, because we have another bill, SB 515, that I ain't really talk about yet, and we probably need a whole space on that too. SB 515, and this is a bill that tells every city and county in California, all 480, you know, cities and county governments, that they have to create a category of data collection for the descendants of persons who were enslaved in this country. This builds on some of the work that we did in 2022 when the governor passed one of our bills that we wrote that requires all state agencies in California now to have a category of data collection for those whose ancestors built this country. That's good, just because we are a people and we deserve it. And like any other people, we deserve to be seen. And like we say to you know, everybody, you know, if you don't see it, people, you can't serve the people. So that's good for that. But if we want things to go to be given and to be gotten and to go directly to us as a people, there have to be a way for the people who got the resources and the government to direct it to us. And so this is also helpful for that too, because now people can see and the government can know, these are the American freedmen. These are the people who are descendants. We can clearly see them now. We can clearly know who they are. And now we can clearly develop resources, policies directly to them. So Fly G, I want to appreciate you and thank you for your recommendation. Also, all recommendations are welcome. Like I said to the family earlier, and like we've been saying, we take inspiration from other folks take inspiration for us too, but we are building on each other's work. And there's nothing wrong with that. There's everything right with that. We building on each other's work, and we building and building and building. And as we said earlier too, and then I'm gonna wrap it up here. I think we got one more speaker. I think that may be it actually.
Appreciate y'all, man. Appreciate y'all.
Of course, family, brother. Thank you. Last point is, and then Camilla, I wanna give it to you to wrap it up. Last point is, as we were saying earlier, take what we're doing here in California. For those who are working outside of California, take what you like and do it. Take what you don't like, don't do it, but do something. Work. Shout out to our New York family. Shout out to our Chicago family. Shout out to the family who working in the South, in the Midwest, other places here on the West Coast. Shout out to the folks and family who working nationally. Shout out to the folks and family who working in the Northeast, Boston, Massachusetts, everywhere. Thank you for your work. I told you, I'm literally still at my desk, like right now in the office. And I got to go home soon, all right? Because they're gonna wonder why the electricity bill is extra tonight and last night. All right, and I don't want to have no conversation like that tomorrow morning with the bosses. All right, so Camilla, I want to give it to you. Any final words, family? Any final thoughts? Final parting words for the family here.
No, this has been a really good conversation, very fruitful. I think we all kind of needed this conversation, and it's evident of
Word.
this space remained over 200 people listening this entire time. That's
2,000 have
evident of
listened to the
something
space.
special here. So let's just continue to, build this out, with, our ancestors, at the top of our mind.
1000%. And Chair Moore, I want to give you your flowers, and then we're gonna break it out, family. Chair Moore, I've told you directly, and I said it publicly or semi-publicly, and group chats and all that, and on calls. But I want to say it to you directly here in the public. You are special. There's nobody like you. No, and I mean that literally. Nobody has ever had the job co-chair of the California Reparations Task Force before. That's literally what you are. You are one of one. Thank you for the work that you are doing. It's always a privilege and a pleasure, to be in your presence. Thank you also quickly to everybody else that's here, that's supporting reparations for those whose ancestors built this country, no matter what set you claim, all right? No matter what you want, if you support reparations for those whose ancestors built this country, thank you for your work. Thank you. And that's coming from me directly. Thank you. All right. This is, to me, it's special work. It's some of the most important work I've ever done in my life. Probably the most important political work I've ever done in my life. Outside of, other things like being a, father and all that. Thank you for the work that you are doing. Keep pushing forward. And with that, family, we'll close it out. Have a great night.
Well, family, Y'all really hung in here, and I'm so grateful to you. I hope you learned a lot, and I hope you share the space, share the video. Don't forget to do the X at ASM Pacheco, and you want to just at them and say hashtag refer AB 1315 and at Ash_Kalra, KALRA, hashtag here AB 1315. If y'all can just do that in one tweet daily and just keep it on repeat over in X space, that would be very, very helpful to CJAC and all the comrades out here working feverishly to get us the much needed reparations that are long overdue. Don't concern yourself with the fact that you're going to be getting 2 checks, one from the state and one from the feds. Yeah, a lot of folks acting as if it's ludicrous, but the state is more prone to do it with the right amount of pressure than the feds. That's a long way off. And we don't have long until our collective wealth is expected to hit 0. We are out of time. So all hands on deck. And just as you guys help us out here, we're here to help you with your efforts in your respective cities and states. So don't hesitate to reach out if you want to come onto my broadcast and talk about what you're doing. I'm happy to be a space for you to get the messaging out and to get all hands on deck wherever you are. Thank you all so much for hanging in there with me. This has been a 5.5-hour live. Lord have mercy. Tomorrow is going to be probably about the same. It's going to be lengthy because we got another space to share. And we got Chicago Red, P. Ray Easley, going to be over here sharing about some of the things she's growing through as well in trying to grow her movement while having folks try to co-opt and undermine it, but we will not allow ourselves to be defeated. So we won't give in, we won't give up, and we won't give out. So there's that. So I hope to see you tomorrow, 5:30 p.m. Pacific Standard Time after church. So I'm going to go ahead and do our declare and decree so y'all can get to night, okay? Thank you, East Coast, Mountain Standard Time, Central Standard Time, Eastern Standard Time for hanging in there with your sister. I don't know, y'all probably sleep by now because it's 3 o'clock in the morning over where y'all at. It's midnight here. Thank you, California, for hanging in here, the West Coast. So I'm going to do my declare and decree statement, and then I'm going to pray us out, okay? So I declare and decree that the highest form of righteous judgment is served over all corrupt beings of the government, judicial system, including the police officers and child protective services, judges, attorneys, FBI agents, the CIA, the demon rats, the repugnant clans, and all personnel working for the U.S. corporation with 3 Ks with wicked intentions. All hidden corruption and agendas are now destroyed forevermore, in spirit and in flesh, in sleep and in awakened states, across all timelines, realms, and dimensions, known and unknown. And with that being said, family, the light of God surrounds us, the love of God enfolds us, the power of God protects us, and the presence of God watches over us. Wherever the Negro Descendants and its allies are, God truly is, because, family, you are the face of God. Yes, you are the voice of God. You are the body temple of the Spirit of the living God. And until we meet again tomorrow, family, shout out to Bruce on the East Coast, New York City, 3 o'clock a.m. I want y'all, root trackers, I'll get into that tomorrow, fam. Bring that up. I want you guys to make it a beautiful, God-inspired rest of your evening, morning, rather. And until next time, family, I'm believing for each and every one of us a ton of peace, love, and reparations, family. Thank you so much. I'll see you mañana. Peace. Thank you, Yahira. Thank you, Carolyn. Thank you for your donation to the broadcast. Thank you, Carolyn.